The special session of the Montecito Planning Commission for the 20th of November 2006 is now convened. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Secretary Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of this special Montecito Planning Commission hearing will be on Wednesday, November 22nd, 2006 at 9 a.m., Friday, November 4th, 2006 at 5 p.m., and Sunday, November 26, 2006 at 10 a.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. And now for the roll call. Commissioner Berrig. Here. Commissioner Godstanker.
Here.
Commissioner Phillips.
Here.
Commissioner Tilsher.
Here.
And Commissioner McGreblian.
Here. Next item on the agenda is the opportunity for public comment on any matters not on today's agenda. Is there any public comment? Please come forward.
Commissioners, thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak. I'll make this very brief. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I filed a zoning violation complaint with the county regarding Westmont. A few years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, I did a lot of research on their parking compliance program and their CUP, and then I stopped because I felt everything was on the table and open for review. When it became apparent a couple weeks ago that that wasn't true, I went back and looked at my information and filed a zoning complaint. There's about 4 items I think that they're out of compliance with, and I'm just going to mention one. And I have here the actual compliance program, which was kind of hard to find. I don't think it's in your EIR document. But I want to read you just a sentence about revocable parking permits. It says 75 revocable parking permits will be issued to function as a buffer, enabling the college to respond immediately to any peak parking trends and threaten to exceed 600 limit. I raised that with staff in April 2004, and that was Paul Anthony. I gave him a call, and he sent me an email in response. And he said, regarding the 75 revocable permits, as you see, their data shows they issue many more than 75 revocable permits. In recognition of this reality, Westmont is proposing to modify the language of the compliance program to read at least 75 revocable permits. Regardless, as a practical matter, I don't see this as a major compliance issue because in my mind, all permits should be revocable. Well, to me, this is a major issue because as we know today, Westmont issues about 900 permits. And given their current CUP and the compliance program, they would be able to issue 600 full permits and 75 revocable permits. And with the work I've done, I believe that will reduce traffic to about 2,400 ADTs a day. Now, I know the arguments that staff or Westmont will perhaps say, oh, well, we can do a kiosk and this, but I do think that those all have major issues with them, and that the matter of the fact is that they're allowed to issue 600 full permits and 75 revocable permits as buffer. And with that, there would be and a few other items that I've written in this paper, I think we would see a tremendous reduction in the current ADTs. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Black, do you have some comments you wish to make? Oh, is there another speaker?
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Commissioner McGreblian and Commissioners.
Just a moment.
You want to take comments first?
Mr. Chair, speakers, this is a public comment period for public comments on something other than is on the agenda.
Well, this wasn't on the agenda, and I filed a zoning complaint, and I think it was
Oh,
important
so
to...
you are speaking to a zoning complaint?
Yes,
Okay,
I am.
thank
Thank you.
Mr. Weston?
Good morning, Commissioner, and all commissioners. I have one brief comment that pertains to the general agenda item. It's about 1 minute long, and we discussed this with Mr. McGreblian first. So I'd like to be able to make one brief comment that has to do with a factual statement by staff, but I don't want to violate your procedures.
Counsel?
Mr. Chair, you've closed the public comment, I believe.
Yes, some time ago.
Okay. Well,
So
my concern is that
I've-
there's been no opportunity to respond, but I'll respect your policies.
Okay, next item is a request from the Secretary Black for comments with regard to the last session.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And this is a bit unusual, I know, but you weren't at the hearing last week, so I'll try and explain a bit of the dilemma that I think the Commission found itself in as a whole. We were reviewing an appeal of a land use permit and there were concerns expressed by the planning commissioners present about the inability of the commission to approve accessory structures on the property. In this particular case, it was a pool and a water tank. And I wanted to just let the commission know that we will be bringing forward to your commission at your December meeting an ordinance amendment to allow those facilities to be permitted through a land use permit for your consideration. I didn't want to leave the matter in the condition that it was in, where your commission had no options when you were to come back and look at this again. So I thought we'll bring it forward. You can decide how you want to handle it, but I just wanted you to know that I am going to bring that forward so that you have some ability to deal with the issue if you choose to.
Commissioner Gostenker?
And that would be an ordinance amendment to Article 4, the Res 40 zone. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, and there are a number of ways that you can handle this, and we'll try and provide you with options about how you might be able to handle it, and then it's fully within your discretion to make a recommendation to the board about amending the ordinance or not and in what manner. But I just wanted to alert you because typically we have a projection report and you know what's coming on your hearing, and in lieu of us having a regular hearing and reviewing the projection report, I thought I would just let you know at this point in time. So we'll get into the details next month when it's properly noticed, but I just wanted you to be aware when you saw that. That's
So
what I
thank
was
you,
intending
staff,
to
so
address.
much for doing that.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Green?
I just wanted to go on record as saying that I think that amendments to the zoning ordinance like this are something that the Montecito Association would like to have the opportunity to review as well. And I just would caution you against rushing forward so quickly, and maybe suggest that if it's something staff's going to develop, that it be something that's vetted with the community first. Thank you.
I presume that staff will have developed some material on the subject and it would be available.
Hopefully for our December meetings. That would be December 6th or December 5th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think actually we will have to docket the material before then, so it will be available, and I think the association will have time to weigh in and provide you comments in advance of your hearing on the 20th.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the standard agenda. Secretary Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Laurel Fisher Perez, agent for Westmont College, to consider case number 90CP096 RV01, application filed on April 4, 2000, for revisions to Westmont's conditional use permit, and to certify the subsequent environmental impact report 05 SEIR 10, including the EIR revision letter dated September 29, 2006, RV1, pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Secretary Black, we have some documents to be recognized for inclusion in the record.
Mr. Chair, yes, I thought I'd just walk through them because there are a number of documents. First of all, you should have received memo from me to your commission dated November 14th, 2006, and it includes a full package of proposed conditions. So it looks quite thick, but it's not really as thick as it looks.
Looks quite thick.
Should have. It's not all new, I guess is what I mean.
That sounds like a definite. Sounds like a definite maybe.
You also received a letter from Westmont dated November 15th addressed to the Montecito Planning Commission, which includes material about their parking program. You received a letter from David Fainer dated November 17th. It's a 3-page letter. You received a letter from Mr. Weston dated November 11th, and it's a 4-page letter with a 2-page attachment. You received a letter dated November 7th from Mark McClure, 1-page letter. You should have received a letter from Brett Bygart, and that's a 2-page letter dated November 1st. And 2 letters from the Mountain Drive Community Association, one dated November 15th, 2-page letter signed by Jeff Shelton, and then October 15th, notes from his speech to your commission on October 15th. And then a letter from the Montecito Association, 1-page letter dated November 18th. And then a somewhat of the same letter, but not exactly, was sent to each of your commissioners individually. And I believe that the staff made copies for each of the other commissioners. So you should have 5 letters from Westmont to Commissioner Phillips, dated November 16th, Commissioner Tilsher, dated November 17th, Commissioner Bierig, dated November 17th, Commissioner Gottstinker, dated November 17th, and Chairman McGreblian, dated November 17th. And each of those letters is slightly different, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at them and note where those differences are. A lot of them are major portion of them are the same, but they do have differences. So that's all of the material that I have before me that I think you should be in receipt of today. Does anybody have anything else? Good. And I guess
Commissioner Tilson.
David is passing out another.
I move that we accept all those records into the record.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I don't believe a motion is required. I really just wanted to make sure everybody had all the documents. They were either one page or they were timely submitted.
On time?
Right.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner.
The last document that was just sent out also was received on Friday. It's a note from David Strauss dated 11/17 and includes some attachments that copy the conditions. So I think that's it.
Are we ready to proceed? Ms. Almy?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you and good morning. Alex Tuttle will give a staff presentation on our most recent submittal to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Similar to the format we had at the last hearing, I was just planning on going through the memo that was dated November 14th that you received last week and identify some of the key points from that memo. There were a few major topics, the first one being traffic, so I'll just start with that. There's 2 issues related to vehicles in Westmont. One is traffic going to and from the campus, and then the other is parking in the community. And sometimes they get easily intertwined when really they're independent matters, and staff is doing the best we can to try to separate those 2 out. To that end, one of the penalties that we had offered in the case that Westmont exceeded their either ADT limitation in a given year was that they reduce the number of permits that they can issue to students. And your commission had expressed concern that that might have the unintended consequence of pushing more cars into the community, parking illegally in the neighborhood. So in response, we've eliminated that as an automatic penalty and instead replaced it with the Transportation Demand Management Program that would be instituted as an automatic penalty in case either ADT limitation is exceeded. And that would allow your commission to require 30% of Westmont staff to participate in some type of alternative transportation, walking, biking, carpooling, van pooling, etc. After I go through each of the main points, we can specifically walk through the revised traffic condition and raise any questions that you might have on that. The second issue that your commission raised with response to the traffic condition was that you felt you wanted more discretion for imposing penalties in the case of multiple exceedances. Previously, we had some language that reflected a series of measures that you could take. We've just made that a little more open with some minor language changes. And again, I can go through that specific language at the end, but the intent is to give your commission some guidance as far as what types of measures could be imposed, but leave it open for your commission to be creative in coming up with other ideas as well. The next issue that was raised was the fact that the monitoring and reporting period was going to be occurring on an annual basis. And your commission felt that you wanted an opportunity to be able to review the status of their ADT compliance more frequently. In that regard, staff has recommended that there be at least 3 reports each year at the end of the summer, spring, and fall semesters, and that the Westmont report on their compliance with their ADT cap year to date at those 3 points. There is the option for your commission to ask for that more frequently, especially maybe for the first few years. And you could also request that they don't report as frequently far in the future, so that 15 years down the road, they're still not having to do reports 3 times a year. The idea is that if Westmont at the time of those reports is exceeding their average for the year, there would be an opportunity, if that exceedance is enough of a concern, that Westmont would provide some options for remedying the situation, for making sure they get back under the cap. And we put a threshold of 5%. If they're over the cap by 5% at that point in the year, that there would be a public hearing, and your commission would have the opportunity to work with Westmont to impose some remedial measures that would ensure that the average, by the time the traffic year ends, is below the cap. Those measures, though, however, are not to be confused with penalties. These are really strictly measures that would help to reduce the traffic, but aren't penalties. Penalties would still only be imposed at the end of that traffic cap year at that regular hearing. The next issue related to traffic and possibly the biggest concern is what the cap is. Just to remind, Westmont has proposed a cap of 3,500 ADTs. This was based on the peak traffic day that was taken in 2005 of 3,368 ADTs on Cold Spring Road. They added 82 for new employees and provided, which would put you to 3,450. And then they added another 50 ADT buffer in order to control special events and other types of activities and give them a little wiggle room. Your commission requested that, or expressed concern that they wanted a lower ADT cap, something that more closely resembled their existing level of traffic on the ground today. Staff provided a series of options, one of which was to look at the average ADT for the 2003 to 2005 period for those 9 weekdays. That puts us at 3,243 ADTs. and your commission wanted to pursue that route. In this memo, we identify a couple issues with that. One of which is that those counts were not taken on any days when there was any special events. And as you know, Westmont is permitted to and does have a number of large special events each year: homecoming, graduation, parents' weekend, etc. Those are part of their existing setting. Those are part of their baseline. And so staff felt it was important to provide some reasonable accommodation for those special events, many of which do occur on a semester weekday period, Monday through Friday. So we looked at the potential for 6 of those event days to occur on a semester weekday, and assumed that each event could bring in an additional 400 cars beyond existing traffic. And that would equate to an additional average of 30 ADTs per day if you average it over the entire year for the semester weekday period. So that brings us, if you look at the existing traffic of 3,243, and you add an additional 30 ADTs on top of that for their existing level of traffic, would put you at 3,273 ADTs. And staff felt that closely resembles reasonably what their existing traffic would be, including accommodation for their permitted special events.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, do you have a count as to how many buses come to one of the 12 large events, or the large events, if any?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, we do not have a count on the number of buses. I would anticipate for that most of these events, it's mostly private vehicles that would be attending, for example, Parents' Weekend. You're not going to see many buses associated with that, or homecoming either.
But a large event could come from bus activity, people from somewhere else coming to a large event. Maybe not one of these described, but that's possible.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, that is possible. We did amend our condition. Right now, a special event is defined as something that brings in more than 300 non-campus cars to campus.
But there's no limit on people coming in or buses coming in.
It's focused on the cars, not on the people. We did, however, in response to the concern you expressed about this previously with buses, add some language to condition 6, I believe. Let me just point that out. It is on page B11 of the attached conditions of approval. And that's 6B, prohibition on use of large buses for spectators at events. And it's not quantitative, but it just says Westmont shall not use large buses, i.e. more than 39 passengers, nor allow the widespread use of large buses by others for shuttle service of spectators to events on the campus. This shall not prohibit the occasional use of a shuttle or large bus to transport local residents to an event on campus. The idea there was to allow, for example, say there's a recital or something on campus that a retirement community could shuttle their residents to an event, but to avoid the widespread use of people coming from out of town or something like that in these large buses to be bused to some large event on campus. So.
And then last, tell me how you get the 400 additional cars per event figure. How did that come about? Was that supplied by the applicant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, yeah, the data as far as the number of events that fall on a weekday and the number of cars that are typically associated with those larger events was provided by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
So to continue on then, again, so if you account for special events with the existing level of traffic, you're looking at 3,273 ADTs during the semester weekday. The next accommodation then we spoke about at the last hearing was for new employees. The EIR identified 39 new employees associated with the new buildings for mostly maintenance and custodial and landscaping staff, but a few admin staff as well. The EIR projected 2.1 ADTs per new hire, so resulted in 82 ADTs for the new employees over build out of the project. We looked at two options for accommodating those. Certainly there's multiple ways in which you can come up with figures. One is just to provide those 82 new ADTs from the start, from the get-go. That would certainly be the easiest to manage and monitor, so you're not having to change your ADT cap over time, and you're not having to come up with making difficult calculations to make sure they're in compliance. It also provides Westmont with, at least in the short term, in the first couple of years, a little flexibility in making sure that they can safely accommodate and stay within their cap while they're fine-tuning their methods. The other option would be to phase in the additional ADTs as buildings are constructed, since obviously they won't be hiring 39 new employees right from the get-go. The option we proposed was, if you do the calculations, you come up with one ADT for every 4,220 square feet of a new building, and that's just taking the net square footage, dividing it by 82 ADTs. So you could, for every 4,200 square feet of new construction that gets occupancy clearance, you could add a single ADT on top of that, and just incrementally work your way up to the 82 new ADTs. Certainly that has a more direct relationship with employees that are added, but it certainly makes managing and monitoring and enforcing the ADT program more difficult, because you are having to continuously incrementally increase the ADT cap. As I mentioned, there are various other options that you could come up with to phase that in, but those were the two most basic. So given these options that we have before you for accommodating special events and new employees, we provided in a table here on page 3 of the memo. But for simplicity and also for reasonableness, and to ensure that special events are accurately included and accounted for, staff recommends that you allow the additional 30 ADTs for the special events during the weekdays, and also just provide the 82 new ADTs for employees from the beginning. So this would result in 3,355 ADTs as your ADT limitation for weekday traffic, semester weekday traffic. That, just to remind your commission, Cold Spring Road has it's an unclassified roadway. Its threshold for in the Montecito Community Plan is 5,530 ADTs. So with this cap that is being recommended by staff, and looking at non-Westmont traffic, you'd still be well below that threshold for an unclassified road. That being said, also, even with Westmont's proposal of 3,500 ADTs, you would still also be below that cap. And in either case, the EIR identified no significant impacts.
Mr. Tuttle, thank you for your analysis on this particular subject, in which I have some interest. I'm certainly receptive to your adjustment of the 30 ADTs for the special events, on top of the average weekly, which we discussed previously. And that brings the total at that time, with those considerations, to 3,273, as you indicated. I am interested, however, in this idea of maybe programming the additional ADTs for the new employees over a period of time. I think taking the detailed approach that you took in order to make the calculation, I think is not practical. It's too detailed and too difficult to monitor. But I think it might be useful if we just had two numbers that represented the bulk of the construction, And I looked at the schedule, as I mentioned to you, the construction schedule that the applicant has offered. And my suggestion would be in this regard that at the end of May 2010, when a good deal of the construction would have been completed, that we allow an additional 40 ADT, which brings then the number to 3313. And then a next increment would be in May of 2011, when essentially all the Phase 1 project will have been completed. And that adds another 42 to bring the total to 3355, which is the total I believe that you have, but it's programmed out in 2 segments. I suggest maybe the Commission would like to consider this possibility. Please continue. Any comment, Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a very practical way of approaching the 82 figure. Easy to keep track of, and but I had a comment about the 30. A lot of the special events are on weekends, and this 30 is being added to the weekday ADTs. Am I missing something, or?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tilcher, the 30 was derived from, right now they're permitted to 12 large event days per year. The 30 was derived from taking half of those and putting them on weekdays. And we looked at the Friday for homecoming, the Friday for Parents' Weekend, the Biola basketball game, I believe.
Well, that's good. You separated out the weekdays and the weekend events. I didn't catch that. Thank you.
In respect to the weekend ADT or the all other day ADT cap of 2,500, staff recommended just to keep it as it was originally proposed. Your commission didn't seem to raise any issues with that. It is pretty close to their existing traffic, which was at about 2,400 from the EIR. Which did not, of course, fall on a event day either, and that with that cap, obviously you're well below the threshold for unclassified road on Cold Springs.
Commissioner Gottsdenker.
I'm just, that came up as I was going through all of this. How was that 2,500 number arrived at? We just went through great detail as to ADT caps for the regular year, and as you're accurate, we haven't really looked at that particular number and how we got to 2,500, because I went back and looked at the 2004 summer conference schedule and the 2005 summer conference schedule with the numbers that Westmont had. This is information that Westmont had submitted, and the highest number of anything on this list is 390 coming in for summer events. So the question for me is, what's the difference? How do we get from 400 ADTs on a given day to an average of 2,500 during the summer? Like, who's that other 2,000 trips?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottsdenker, maybe I'll try to answer in 2 parts. Firstly, the 2,500 ADTs was proposed by Westmont. But to provide when we reviewed that cap against the figures that we do have, we found it reasonable. First off, in the 2005 traffic study for the most recent EIR, we looked at weekend traffic, and this was just during the school year weekend traffic, and that came out to 2,392, I believe, was the average for those 2 days for those counts. So, like I said, close to 2,400, which is very close to your 2,500. Secondly, if you look at summer activity, right now they're allowed to, for their summer camps, which are a big part of their summer program, they have an average, or allowed an average of 600 participants, daily participants, on any given day, with a maximum of up to 1,000. So if you assume most of those camps are geared towards kids, not drivers. So their parents are going to be dropping them off, picking them up. One kid would result in 4 ADTs. So that would put you at also about 2,400 average ADT for a given summer day camp. Add on to that special events such as graduation falling on a weekend, which brings in thousands of participants, and the average ADT cap at 2,500 seemed reasonable, seemed realistic in terms of looking at what's on the ground today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, you mentioned summer camps, events. Did you also have numbers when there's nothing going on? You know, no special event, no summer camps. Did you average that number in as well? Or were the counts taken when there were events, summer camp or otherwise, occurring?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, the counts were taken during the regular school year in April, and they were a 2-day weekend, Saturday, Sunday count. No special event was included in that.
No counts during the summer were taken?
No counts were taken during the summer, no. The data we have from the summer is based more on level of use, participants, and making calculations as to what that would convert to in terms of
Do you know how many
ADTs.
summer camp days there are in the summer, by any chance? We do? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that concludes our issue in terms of regular traffic, school-generated traffic. Now that brings us to construction traffic, one of the favorite topics. So just to provide a little background, we've all heard this, but just to reiterate, the EIR estimated 162 workers during a peak construction day associated with build-out of the project. That would result in, if you add in trip deliveries, construction deliveries, large construction vehicles, that the EIR estimated 424 ADTs for construction on any given day. The EIR determined that with that increase would not trigger any impacts on local roadways. They'd still all remain level of service within consistent with the Montecito Community Plan. Mitigation was imposed, however, to address when that construction traffic would be coming to and from campus, because there were a couple intersections that did increase above the thresholds, and so mitigations to reduce those traffic were to limit the time at which traffic could come to and from campus for construction to off-peak hours, and also staff, in response to direction from your commission, also included a limit on whether construction, or to avoid construction traffic during Cold Spring School pickup in the afternoon, 2:30 to 3:30. So with those mitigations, and also one other mitigation was for new hires that are mostly maintenance and custodial staff, making those individuals work non-standard shifts. So again, traffic associated with those new employees would also be off-peak. So with those mitigation measures, the EIR determined that it was reduced level of impact, less than significant. That being said, Westmont proposed to allow an additional 300 ADTs for construction during phase of construction, on top of their other cap, whether it's weekdays or all other days. And inherent within that is the fact that Westmont would already be absorbing about 30% of the construction traffic that the EIR estimated. Staff looked at how we've dealt this with other large projects in both in Montecito and county as a whole, and could not find any precedent in not providing any accommodation for any construction traffic, which is the direction that or the interest that your commission raised last hearing. based on that, and based on the fact that, again, there is the EIR identified no significant impact with the construction given the mitigation that was imposed, staff is comfortable with and recommends allowing that additional 300 ADTs during the semester weekdays. We did, though, provide a range of options for your consideration. One point of information that we did raise was the fact that most construction is going to be occurring on weekdays, not weekends, and the all other day period, half of those days are weekends. So if you have a 300 ADT average for the all other day period, that would essentially mean for the those days that aren't on weekends, the ADT could be much higher than the 300. So based on that, based on the fact that half of the all other days are weekends and there'd be little, if no, construction on those days, we were recommending that the ADT cap for those for the all other day period could be reduced by half. So 150 ADTs over those periods. So to sum up, then it would be an additional 300 ADTs for the semester weekdays, an additional 150 ADTs for the all other day period. And I can see some confused expressions on the face. So if you have any questions on that.
Just a minute, Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned, Mr. Tuttle, there's no precedent for not allowing any project-related construction when compared to other projects in Montecito or the county as a whole. It seems to me on the Biltmore project, there was a shuttle for employees. And maybe construction-related traffic means something different. I understand that necessary cement trucks and trucks associated with the building, hoists and all kinds of things that I don't know how to describe, would be necessary to be up there. But the average worker's car or pickup truck is not required, and the Biltmore project, I believe we conditioned it to stage it or have them parked at the Miramar. Now maybe that was the applicant volunteering that. But if we could avoid that, wouldn't that be a preferable way? And shouldn't that be explored with the applicant? And in fact, his construction company seemed to suggest that that was not an impossibility.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, I thought I would just address the Biltmore, and I honestly don't recall if that was something that Mr. Warner's crew agreed to do and chose to do or not. And actually, Ms. Fisher may know. But I think it's a bit of a different situation. First of all, they didn't have really any place to park on site and deal with the Coral Casino in a reasonable way. So we were trying to address an overflow parking issue. He also owns the Miramar site, so it made it a pretty convenient site, and it's so I think it's a bit of a different situation. The conditions do, both in terms of the number of construction trips, if you were to adopt the condition as Mr. Tuttle just recommended, as well as a condition, encourage the applicant and require some extent of shuttling of construction workers to the site, because this won't accommodate all of the construction traffic associated with development, right? And if that works for the applicant, I would assume that they will do it to the extent that they can. But they're going to have to do something to reduce construction worker traffic.
Commissioner Tilcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Biltmore agreed to it since I don't think it was something we required. But I wish there was something that was more than just a encouragement to find off-site shuttling potential. And I'm not quite sure how to phrase it as a condition, but the finding of an off-site is going to be very important. I mean, you will have construction workers by the dozens going down to the village market for lunch, or they'll go down to Vaughn's or wherever. But you're going to have 150 trucks or whatever of workers, not big trucks, just lots of workers' trucks running all over Montecito during the day.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Tilsher, on page B45, condition 83H, page 45, B45, so in your attachment to the memo we provided on November 14th. And on that page, you'll see condition 83H. And
I have it starred.
so that does require that they institute a transportation demand management program, but it acknowledges up to 300 ADTs can go to the campus. So I don't know if there's another way to word that encourages them to reduce that further.
Yeah, there is. Scratch,
that would be the
300
place.
ADTs.
That would be the place.
Right there.
Thank you.
Mr. Tuttle, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I can try to better explain the all other day situation again, or we can just. Okay, then moving on to concrete pour days, which was another issue that was raised at the last couple of hearings. Condition 83, there was a requirement that construction vehicles avoid peak hours in all cases, as well as Cold Spring School traffic during their pickup periods. The contractor for Westmont reviewed these conditions ahead of time, which is something that I would say rarely occurs. They identified this restriction as an issue for them with respect to their continuous concrete pour days, where they need to be continually pouring concrete for an entire period of the day in order to get a structurally sound foundation. They estimate that there'd be a total of 25 of these pour days during Phase 1 construction spread over the 3 years. We discussed at the last hearing whether or not they could try to schedule these days during the summer or school holidays to avoid conflicts with Cold Spring School. They expressed a willingness to try to do that, but cautioned that it would be difficult to say that they could hit every 25 of those days on a holiday or a summer period without affecting the construction schedule. So while there was a willingness, there was no firm commitment that they'd hit each of those days to not conflict with Cold Spring School. Another option for your commission to consider is to allow these concrete pour days to fall on Saturdays. The Montecito Community Plan has a standard development standard to address noise that states all site preparation and associated exterior construction activities related to new residential units, including remodeling, demolition, and reconstruction, shall take place between 7 and 4:30 weekdays only. Given that this specifically refers to new residential units, staff does believe it's within your discretion to interpret that to make the necessary exemption to allow these concrete pour days on Saturdays, if that is your wish. Of course, that exception would just be for those 25 pour days, and that would be to avoid traffic conflicts with Cold Spring School. Otherwise, you have so there's 3 options: is not to make any allowance, to just encourage the pour days to be scheduled to avoid conflicts with Cold Spring School, or to make this exception to allow them to occur on Saturdays.
Yes, Commissioner Tilsher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a great suggestion. Saturdays are dead days. Why not allow we get some of those concrete trucks off the community roads during the weekday. I think it's a great suggestion. I don't see any negatives about it. I thought somebody wrote a letter, and I thought it was for me just a neat suggestion was to mix the concrete on the campus, and instead of having 50 trucks a day for 23 days going up through the community with 50 cement trucks. I'm sure there's one site up there that they could put the gravel in the mix. That's a huge site. I'd really like to see us explore that.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Tilsher. We certainly need to explore that. I'm also concerned about, although Saturday is less of a traffic day, we have the summer camps at Westmont with a lot of kids coming in and out, and if they're impacting with these cement trucks, that's a concern. I don't know if those fields would be below the construction area or not, but that's something to consider as well. But Mr. Tilsher's comment is the best. If we could explore that, that would be great.
Pursuing that line of thought, I'd like to know the applicant's reaction to the idea of mixing the concrete on site.
Chairman McGreblian, if I could.
Yes, Councilor Barrett.
I'm worried about the dust and noise, and mixing concrete is a dirty activity that I would hate to see take place on campus. I mean, I understand the intent, but I'm afraid the solution may be worse than the problem.
Well, let's hear from the applicant in any event. Mr. Cronk?
Good morning, Ron Cronk, representing Westmont. That is actually something we looked at, whether this would be feasible to install a batch plant, it's called, on the campus for the amount of concrete we'd be pouring. And it isn't, while it's a lot of concrete, 25 pour days for the large pours, there really isn't enough to justify a batch plant. Furthermore, our contractor just informs me that the EPA requirements for installing a batch plant could certainly be problematic and something that you would want to review the feasibility of doing that in a residential neighborhood. But our sense is that it wouldn't be compatible to have a batch plant in a residential neighborhood. It also isn't economically feasible for the amount of concrete that's being poured.
Thank you. Mr. Tuttle, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Okay, then moving on to the other issue then related with vehicles and Westmont College, and that is the issue of parking. Right now, their existing CUP states that while physically present on campus, students may not park in the vicinity of the Westmont campus. They either need to park on campus or at their off-campus residence. It specifically just it references the vicinity. The vicinity is defined as I showed in a graphic at the last hearing, collection of roads and streets immediately adjacent to the school. Westmont does patrol this vicinity, including as well as patrolling Vaughn's parking lot. They also respond to neighbor complaints and issue citations where appropriate. As the applicant mentioned at the last hearing, they issued, looking back 2 years, they issued 17 parking citations for parking in the vicinity or parking illegally in the community. So that average is at 4 per semester. In response to the concern raised by your commission, staff, we recommend just eliminating reference to the vicinity. And just stating that while you are physically present on campus, you either need to be parking on campus or at your off-campus residence, nothing in between. That would at least help to mitigate some concerns about, well, I'm not parking in the vicinity, I'm one street over, so keep from pushing cars beyond that vicinity. Certainly, we recommend making an exception in the case of students who have, say, a family in the neighborhood where they park their car at their parents' house or aunt's house on occasion, or many students rent parking spaces in the area that so that they can park their cars there. So perhaps making exceptions in those cases. So that's the issue of vicinity. The other issue is just that was raised was whether or not a parking decal, or not a parking decal, but an identification decal was appropriate. And just to break down the situation a bit, this was discussed by the applicant last week, or at the last hearing, and I do believe they submitted some information to you about their current parking program. All freshmen live on campus, or the majority of freshmen live on campus. They're not allowed to bring cars to campus. They can't have parking permits unless they're disabled. All juniors and seniors are provided with parking permits if they want them. Many live on campus, many live off campus, but they can all have a parking permit if they wish. So really the key student population that might be parking inappropriately in the vicinity or even beyond in the community of Westmont or of Montecito is likely limited to sophomores, which are approximately 300 students. Most sophomores live on campus. Not all of them have cars. Most are only issued evening weekend permits if they want them. But to get an evening and weekend permit, Westmont requires that they show proof that they have a legal place to park when they're not parking on campus, so either at an off-campus residence or a parking space that they've paid for. And those have to be outside of the vicinity of Westmont College. So they send letters to all the students and the parents of the students of incoming sophomores encouraging them not to bring cars because the fact that they can only get the evening and weekend permits makes it difficult for them to coordinate other times of the week. In a given year, they issue approximately 30 evening and weekend permits. If you factor in on top of that some additional sophomore vehicles who might not even purchase a permit and just test their luck against the patrolling and citations, and maybe a small handful of freshmen who also bring a car to the area against Westmont's guidance, then we estimate that there might be 50, probably less, vehicles that we're really dealing with that might be parking in the area of Westmont and shuttling to and from campus or doing some other way to avoid having to get a parking permit, or if they can't get a parking permit. That is, given the fact that, again, that there were only 17 violations of illegal parking that were issued over the last couple of years, and they only receive a handful of complaints from neighbors, we think that estimate of 50 is likely conservative. Therefore, given the nature of the problem, and Commissioner Gottsnaker mentioned at the last hearing that she agrees that at least much of the problem, at least on Mountain Drive, has been addressed. It's questionable whether or not it's really necessary to implement a parking identification decal system. There's certainly enforcement and monitoring difficulties with making sure all students who do have a car and don't have a parking permit have one of these decals. But nonetheless, to respond to the concerns raised by your commission, we are recommending that all cars that are brought to school need to be registered with Westmont College and get an identification decal. This would help people in the neighborhood to be able to identify whether or not there was a Westmont car that was parked inappropriately. And by sending out a letter to parents informing them of this requirement, and requiring that those parents sign and return proof that they've are aware of and understand the requirements and the penalties. It's likely that this matter would be resolved. So condition 7, which is their existing parking program condition, we amend to reflect those changes. And I can just read you the language that we came up with if you like. This is page, well, it's page 10 of your memo, or B12 of the attached conditions, but it's in both places. So I'll just read from page 10. So condition 7, again, we revised it to eliminate the reference to the vicinity so that they need to either be parking on campus or at their off-campus residence. We did add that exceptions to this requirement may be made for students who have family residing in the area or who rent a valid parking space in the community. And then at the end of that condition states, all students with vehicles who do not have a campus parking permit, whether or not they reside on or off campus, shall register their vehicles with the college and affix a Westmont identification decal to their vehicles. Students who fail to affix the decal to their vehicles shall be sanctioned by Westmont College under the parameters set forth by Westmont's existing penalties for parking violations. As a side note, those range from citations up to disciplinary action from the dean of students. Students who occasionally use vehicles owned and operated by family members or friends who live in the south coast of Santa Barbara and who aren't enrolled as students at Westmont College are exempt from the requirement to affix an identification decal to the vehicle. And then under the plan requirements and timing, Westmont shall send a letter to the parents of all incoming freshmen and sophomores before the beginning of each fall semester, informing them of the requirements of this condition and the range of sanctions that may be imposed if the condition is not complied with. Parents shall be required to sign and return a form to Westmont College indicating their knowledge and understanding of the requirement and penalties. Lastly, the monitoring. This was actually language that was provided at the last hearing, but just provides the parking enforcement staff from Westmont and the monitoring and the patrolling of the neighborhood that they currently and in the future will engage in. The patrolling, because it can't patrol the whole Montecito community, the patrolling would still be limited to the vicinity, but neighbor complaints could be anywhere.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, I know this is a difficult issue, and it's a difficult issue for all of us, and my focus has changed from limiting cars to now being more inclusive. It seems to me with the cap, we're doing away with the CUP requirements, the 7690 CUP requirements. And there's so many things that can happen. It could be that Westmont is exceeding or getting near their caps and they say, all right, no one on campus. Now they're in the community. That doesn't work. We have to do better than this, and there's a number of ways of doing it, but I just can't, I don't think we have it yet. And could you, while we're at it, can we put to rest the issue raised, it's been raised 3 or 4 times, it was raised this morning. What happened to 600 cars and then 900 permits? Can you review that for me? Because that may make a difference if we can get back to that original language.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, I'll try to respond to that last question about the 600 permits. The language in the CUP is that, actually, so that I don't mistake anything, let me just read it.
Could I read it with you? Do you have a
sure.
page that I have?
Well, this is page B12 of the attached conditions. It's condition number 7.
Yeah.
And I'm going to actually read what language right now is being striked out. But the current condition language is that no student or employee shall park a licensed motor vehicle on campus without registering such motor vehicle with the college and obtaining a campus parking permit, and the maximum number of permits shall not exceed 600. Now, of course, that language is proposed to be stricken, so that because that limit is being replaced by the ADT cap. But that's the current language, the current restriction. When the compliance program for Westmont College was adopted in the early 1990s and went through several revisions, the compliance program specifically states that this condition was interpreted to mean 600 permits at any one time on campus. And the rationale for coming up with that interpretation was that if you read this, it talks about you need to register your vehicle with the college before you park on college. If Westmont was to put in a kiosk, rather than issuing permits ahead of time, if they were to have a kiosk program similar to how UCSB used to, such that each student would come in, get a permit, park, and then leave, that would be 600 permits at any one time. And that's how the condition was interpreted, and that's how it's been addressed from that point in time. And Westmont has been in compliant with that 600 at any one time restriction. In regards to the 900 permits, the compliance program doesn't put any upper cap on how many permits Westmont can issue. All they have to do is comply with the 600 at any one time requirement.
600 the maximum number of permits shall not exceed 600. Not cars parking, but permits. Is permit an active, is it a verb?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, I understand your confusion. The board interpreted this condition to mean something quite different.
The Board of Supervisors did?
Not quite different, but different. They have applied it differently in the context of very extensive compliance hearings that occurred in the context of Westmont. So what Alex is telling you was actually authorized by the board and understood by the board to be the way that that condition would be implemented. I actually was involved with it.
But what's been proposed here, Commissioner, is that this particular item be excluded, deleted from the condition.
Yeah. You know, again, we'll go on, and I won't belabor this, but what we could end up having is a situation where student parking becomes not the first priority, but the last. And that creates an impact on the community. It isn't the first priority now? Well, it should be. I mean, that's what they're in business for, not for events.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, if I might, they have or are proposing under build out of the project to have 907 permanent parking spaces. There's only 300 or so faculty on campus, faculty and staff. So that leaves, over 500 parking spaces that would be on campus available. I think it's unlikely that they would eliminate any student parking on campus. One, that provides a disincentive for students to come to college if they have no place to park a car. For juniors and seniors, having a car on campus or having a car to college is a big deal, being a previous college student myself.
Not so long ago.
Longer than you might think, but so to say that they'd eliminate parking for students in order to address their ADT cap, I think they'd be more likely to place restrictions on employee traffic to and from school. That's something they can put more of a handle on, and there's adults are a little easier to provide the rationale for why they're making these changes than an 18-year-old, I suppose.
Mr. Tuttle, we already have in the handbook on parking, sophomores can apply for a weekend and temporary
Evening.
weekend, evening, and we'll see how it is. If it looks like we're maxing out, you're not going to get it. So bring your car, stick it somewhere else, see how you do about getting this weekend. And it's elastic. It reflects that there may be other uses and the place may be full. That theory could, and it could be temporary. It need not be for a whole semester. But then we have chaos in the community. I'm concerned that could happen. I would almost rather ensure that these juniors and seniors have a spot first. Maybe tell the sophomores they're like the freshmen now. Now we have 600, 300 for the employees, and we're done.
Commissioner Tilcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, when you get a few gray hairs, then we'll give you give you credit for being a little older. It seems like the 600 permits really does accomplish something with the sophomores, because if you take away all permitting and you just have a cap, it seems to me you take away the incentive to tell sophomores, don't bother to bring a car. When you have 600 permits, you have given the juniors and seniors permits, and you've now pretty much used it up, closed the door on sophomores, and I don't think it's unrealistic to make sure that we don't have more than 600 permits. That's worked in the past. Whether it's been interpreted differently, it did work. And it seems to me it should be part of the overall plan, both the cap and the 600 permits.
Mr. Chair, I guess
Secretary.
what I'm trying to explain, Commissioner Tilcher, is that's not how it's worked since the early to mid 90s. They've issued many more permits than that 600. Decals, and then have limited the number of people on, or number of cars on campus. So
When was the 600 permit thing stopped? I mean, what don't we have 600 permits in 1990 and
I think it was 1992 or 93.
and
Was in
then
that
we didn't have
vicinity.
any permit requirement, or?
They still had decals, and they still had the limitation of not having more than 600 permitted cars on campus at any given time.
And
But
that was just
more-
controlled by decals.
Right.
Okay, Ms. Salmi, did you want to make a comment?
Mr. Chair, before you go to Ann, I think this is difficult because it's kind of a whole package, and there are a couple of goals that I think we're trying to achieve at the same time. One is to park as many students as you can and as many of Westmont's traffic generators on campus as you can, and keeping them out of the neighborhood, and keeping the ADTs on Cold Spring Road at a reasonable level. So there's sort of some competing interests, and what we've tried to do is to put together a package that will work and provide some monitoring points. And the reason we took to heart the Commission's concerns about not waiting until the end of the period to look and see how Westmont's doing so adjustments can be made. I don't think the Commission should assume that if Westmont's 5% over their ADT cap at that midpoint review, that we're just going to cut off student parking. That's not necessarily the most effective way to do it. I think that's why we want them to come back into your Commission for review in the midterm so that we can come to some agreement about how they should deal with that situation. And, until we're there and we know what we're facing, I think it's hard to prescribe precisely what needs to be done. Hopefully we'll never get there. And if we do, then we'll have some time to figure out how to deal with it. So that was the point of having that midterm review, and I thought that was a good suggestion from the Commission.
Ms. Salmi, did you want to make a comment too?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure I can shed much further light, but I would just remind everyone that originally the impact that was identified for which for which this compliance mitigation was developed, the impact was traffic on Cold Springs Road. And we mixed in immediately how we would control that through a parking program. What we've found is that the parking program itself has had side effects that we were not anticipated, and it also didn't control traffic on Cold Spring Road. What we're trying to do now is to detangle these two issues. On the one hand, we're talking about controlling ADTs on Cold Spring Road, and Mr. Tuttle has explained in detail different options for that. And on the other hand, we're trying to address this unintended consequence of students who've been parking in the vicinity and upsetting neighbors. But I caution your commission against micromanaging the college to the extent where they are unable to make the adjustments necessary to succeed with their ADT cap and to succeed with their program of both luring students to their campus, keeping them on their campus, and keeping them happy. One thing I think also to remember is that Westmont is not giving up the parking program. The board-adopted compliance program allowed for an unlimited number of permits to be issued with a cap of 600 of those permitted cars on campus at any one time. What you're doing now is releasing the cap on how many of those decaled cars would be allowed on campus at any one time while maintaining their control over the ADT. And having 3 times during the school year when you can look at that, look at those numbers, look at those averages, see whether or not they are appropriate, and offer up your own suggestions about how to control the parking and how to control the traffic.
Thank you, Ms. Almond. That's very clear. Commissioner Gostanker?
Yeah, yes, thank you, because everybody answered several of the questions that I had. And I think that we're faced, and the community is faced, and even Westmont may be faced, of not actually having, dare I say it, the information that we might need to make this decision, Well, I think that we've all been kind of grasping at like what's so, in reality, and we've had endless amounts of information. My personal opinion is that we should not, that throwing out the maximum number of permits issued is kind of like throwing out the baby with the bathwater at this point. I think that's one way of managing parking on campus. We have a given number of parking spaces, and clearly we want students and faculty parking in those parking spaces. So that's something that I had on my list of things to consider today, was what the rest of the commission may feel about not throwing out the parking, because for me, traffic is one thing, parking on the site is a whole nother issue. They can be, as Ms. Almia said, separated. They really are. A restaurant has X amount of parking spaces. A community building has X amount of parking spaces, and then that affects the ultimate ADTs. I understand that. But I think that I would like the commission to go back to looking at having some parking compliance program. I think also one of the other things that deals directly with traffic and with the whole parking compliance program, and why we don't know exactly what the impacts are going to be, nor do we know what they were in the past, was that there was no accurate way of measuring how parking was happening on the campus, what cars were going in and out. And I still think that this commission has not addressed that issue. And in my opinion, the only way to address that issue is to have a period of time, and the period of time that I would propose would be from the beginning of construction till the end of the first quiet period, which would be a measurement of time, that during that time that a kiosk be installed. Because in my way of thinking, I don't see how anybody expect to get a control over who's coming in and out, and I'm really then looking at construction traffic. I know, I'm in the business. I know how many little construction workers get in their little Toyota cars and come to a site. I see it every day. I see it all over the roads of Montecito, unless there is some way of literally managing that, not measuring it. That's what we're doing by measuring ADTs. We have no management process in place right now as how to manage who goes in and out of the campus. So that's one thing I'd like the commission to look at today, is the possibility of a condition that requires a kiosk for a measured period of time with a beginning and end, so that we can actually collect the data that's needed, because I don't think we have any way of doing that right now. Then I have a couple of other questions. As far as construction parking on campus, where is all of this? Is this designated on the plan somewhere? In our drawings on the site plan, where we're going to park these approximately 300 cars and trucks that are coming every day?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gonstanker, that is not identified at this point. There is a condition of approval that prior to construction, that they come up with a construction management plan. And that construction management plan would identify where construction workers, like the staging areas and the parking areas for construction. It probably depends on what construction is going on at what point in time, where the construction vehicles would park. So it will likely vary from phase to phase, and so they'll be coming up with a construction management plan for each phase of construction that would identify that information.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the other question is was it decided somewhere early on in the process, or is there some condition on Las Barrancas that prevents Westmont from bringing in construction traffic through Westmont Circle and that lower entrance? And obviously for the other commissioners, what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at the impact of construction traffic on, even though we've got a time shifting, I think there's still an impact on Cold Spring School and that whole intersection, and the fact that we have a fire station there and a number of other things. So I just, if it's something I missed, I just missed it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godstanker, Condition 5 of the CUP, this is on page B11 of your attached conditions of approval. That's an existing condition, and no changes are proposed. And it states that motorized vehicle access to or from Westmont Road shall be kept permanently closed except for emergency vehicles, residents of the faculty housing project, and Westmont College faculty and staff who reside on Westmont Road or Circle Drive. So it couldn't be used for construction vehicles or anyone not living right there in that location.
But aren't we writing conditions right now? So that's not like cast in stone.
Not cast in stone.
And there is nothing in the past that casts it in stone as a possibility of an access for. And here's another thing I'm looking at is when I look at the site plan, I see that where construction traffic is going to get parked is on the lower end of the campus. That's where they've got the room. Certainly not going to be parked in the parking lots, because the students and faculty are going to be using those, and visitors to the campus. So the only open fields that I actually see that are going to hold this many cars and this many trucks are on the lower end of the campus. So then I go, well, what's the point of having construction traffic add to what we already see are impacts on Cold Springs Road, drive entirely through the entire campus to get down to where they're parking, when in fact Westmont owns property that they can drive through and park their little cars down at the lower part of the campus. It gets traffic off of Cold Springs Road. It gets traffic away from the fire station and the school. And so it just kind of came to me that we maybe as a commission might want to look at that condition 5 such that it would be possible to direct some traffic through those that lower area. I think that's the end of my questions at this point.
All right. Commissioner Berg?
Did staff have a comment on that last thing about the kiosk? Because I'm curious about that one myself. But I do have a question following that.
Well, Mr. Chair, I have a comment. I have 2 comments. Number one, both with respect to Commissioner Godstanker's suggestion that some construction traffic go through Westmont Road. I think we should ask the applicant if there's any reason why that wouldn't be a good idea. I think it's a very good suggestion. With respect to the kiosk, I would also suggest that we receive input from Westmont as to whether or not that seems like a useful suggestion. I am making an assumption that it's not a useful suggestion to them because they haven't suggested it, and it has been something we've talked about in the past. My general feeling about parking is that we're trying to address it in two ways that aren't necessarily compatible. I think you need to make a choice as to whether you're going to require them to have certain ADT limits on Cold Spring Road and then allow them the flexibility to deal with that in a way that makes sense for the total operation of the campus. And I think they have the interests of their students, their faculty, and their staff in mind as they're making those decisions and formulating their plans. So my suggestion is you either do it that way, or you take control of it and you say, here are the things we want you to do, and you don't have an ADT cap. I don't think it's necessarily effective to do both, to say you have to do it this way, and by the way, you have this ADT cap. So my suggestion is that the commission decide which one is more important and proceed.
Okay. In light of separating out the parking impact from the traffic impact, is there any reason that you can see that we shouldn't require all students who have one of these stickers that we've put in condition 7? Can't remember which one it is. 7.
You mean just identification that it's a student car?
Yes.
But that's already been suggested.
Right, I understand that. Is there any reason why those cars shouldn't be required, if they're entering the campus, to be parked on campus, just like we would for any other project? If we're going to allow them to come in, why don't we force them to park? Because anything else that would ever get built in this town, that's what we would require, is that there be adequate parking for the use.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Berg, that's part of the difficulty with this parking or with this identification decal issue, which is it gives the wrong signal to students, because Westmont basically strongly encourages and advises their sophomore students not to bring cars to school because of the problems that arise with their limited parking options on campus and off campus alike. So sophomore students are told in numerous letters, just don't bring it. It's more hassle than it's worth. Then at the same time, now we're going to propose to tell them, but if you do bring it, you need to register it and get a decal so that we know it belongs to a Westmont student. And so that you're sending mixed messages, and then
well, I understand that, but if we're allowing weekend and evening parking on students to bring their cars in on evenings and weekends, we've already sent that message. So I'm just looking at the practical matter of, if we're going the route of controlling traffic with ADTs, put the cars on campus. If that logic is there, then the logic should work the same for the parking of cars, I would think. I mean, unless I'm missing something.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barrick, up to this point, Westmont has been limiting how many cars and parking permits they issue in order to stay within that 600 permit at any one time limitation. If that limitation is removed, then they'd have there'd be encouragement or reason to allow more students parking permits to be able to park on campus, get them out of the community. At the same time, if students are parking on campus and going to class, et cetera, it's less likely that'd be generating more traffic than if they were living off campus and driving to and from the school. So by eliminating the parking program as part of the CUP, now again they'd still have it for their own use, there would be reason and opportunity for them to accommodate more students on campus. As I mentioned, there's 907 parking spaces at build out of the project, plus 150 overflow, so those would primarily be used just for special events. So the 907, if you accommodate your freshmen or your juniors and seniors, that's figure 500 spaces, 400 spaces right there. Your faculty and staff, another 300 to 400 spaces. So there would be opportunity for additional spaces for sophomores as well.
No.
Well, there's plenty of land on campus for them to provide more parking if they want to. Again, I'm just going back to the decoupling. If we're going in the direction of allowing the college to administer and control its own traffic, why not put the cars on campus?
It seems to me that, based on what Mr. Tuttle just analyzed for us, between the staff and faculty, there are 300, and there are still 600 available out of the 900. And only the juniors and seniors have permits to park on campus, as I understand it.
Some sophomores.
Mr.
And
Chair,
some
sophomores.
sophomores, yeah. And that would certainly, the 600, it seems to me, would accommodate all of that. I think it might be helpful if the applicant would comment on this particular question.
Perhaps you could focus the question so that I get to the right one first. I know kiosks were on the issue, the decals, the...
First, the question of, how much parking space is there for students, and would it accommodate the permits or the rules that you have on the campus as to who can bring a car on the campus?
I think what staff has reported is what we have understood, that the issue is the amount of traffic on Cold Spring Road. That's what the community experiences. And that's what we offered. We're not required to by the mitigation measures, but we offered this condition as a means to address that central issue. And exactly how we administer it over the years is something that we're going to have to find our way on. We certainly are hopeful that we'll be able to issue more permits to sophomore students who have particular circumstances that justify them. But we don't believe that there's enough space on campus to accommodate an unlimited demand by the sophomores. And we're certainly supportive of keeping the freshmen and their cars at home. That's not uncommon, particularly for a residential liberal arts college. Students and their parents come expecting that. And contrary to a statement made earlier this morning, we and the documentation we've provided, we tell sophomores, do not bring your car to campus. It is more problem than it is worth. And if you do, then we have this weekend evening permit which identifies that vehicle, and about 30, an average of about 30 do that, where they have an internship or they have someone that they need to visit every other weekend, a grandmother in hospice or whatever the situation is, or unusual circumstances, that we grant those permits. But if we were to open up the campus to all the sophomores, that would be many more, and we don't believe that we could adhere to our 3,500 cap on ADTs. Now, it's been suggested that a kiosk might help. Well, the example of UCSB was mentioned. Of course, UCSB is no longer using kiosks because kiosks control parking. They don't control traffic. For a kiosk to control traffic on Cold Spring Road, it would have to be at Sycamore Canyon. That is, it would have to turn the cars away before they got on Cold Spring Road. If they were at the entrances to the campus, the traffic would be on Cold Spring Road, would be turned away, so it would create two trips with no parking on campus. So that doesn't solve the problem. Furthermore, back in 1990, when we were providing the compliance program for the consideration by the Planning Commission and then the Board of Supervisors, we actually simulated kiosks and videotaped that activity. What happens is cars back up out onto Cold Spring Road, and that creates a traffic hazard. So it is ineffective for controlling the amount of trips on Cold Spring Road, and we are opposed to it.
Mr. Cronk, I think your statement that your objective is to control the traffic on Cold Spring Road is the proper direction to take here. And as you point out, it's the responsibility of the college to manage its parking problem internal, which does not affect directly the community. The community is affected by the traffic on the road.
Correct.
And based on my observations, and perhaps you can correct me, that there is enough parking on campus, in fact, for the juniors and seniors and a few sophomores. Am I correct in that?
That is correct. And we would be hopeful that it could be a few more sophomores, because there's still conditions whereby more students in the sophomore class could benefit from having a vehicle. We'd rather have that vehicle on campus for all the reasons stated. But we don't believe that the number of trips on Cold Spring Road would tolerate all of the sophomores having it.
Okay.
And
I don't think there's a question about that, Mr. Cronk. I just wanted to clarify for my own understanding that there is enough space based on the rules that you have right now on the campus for parking for the students.
That is correct. And
Yes.
if the concern is that somehow we are going to deny students, which the juniors and seniors permit, you certainly could put in a condition that we will continue to offer permits to all juniors and seniors who desire a permit, so that we don't get into the situation Commissioner Phillips was mentioning.
Well, is it necessary, staff, for us to include that as a condition? I mean, this is a rule or a practice that they have at the moment.
You're getting in, well,
you said that it's your responsibility to manage
and we
the
accept
parking.
that responsibility.
Yeah.
And for us to be able to recruit students to our campus and to keep them year after year after year, obviously we have to accommodate their needs in a way that balances the needs of the community with the needs of the student experience. And this is our solution. As I said, we want to actually ease the requirement for sophomores so that more of them could be allowed to park on campus.
Okay, I'm perfectly satisfied with those comments. Just a moment. We have a couple of commissioners here with questions. Secretary
Mr. Chair,
Black?
I think there is one other issue that at least I recommended that the applicant comment on, and that was construction traffic
Yes.
on Westmont.
The construction, was it just the traffic or was it the parking?
Let's do
Well,
this part first.
It was mainly having the traffic go.
By the
on Westmont Road.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I'd remind you that the EIR concluded that there would be no adverse environmental impact from up to 424 construction trips on Cold Spring Road. We voluntarily agreed to limit that to 300. So there's no nexus to an impact to divert traffic to another location. Secondly, if you look at the configuration of the two roads, we have the lower entrance currently right off of Cold Spring Road before La Paz. As you know, our plan is to create a new lower entrance actually further south, which our plan would be to do that early on and bring construction traffic off of Cold Spring at that new entrance, keep the campus traffic entering where it does currently during this first phase of construction, so we separate it. Secondly, you look at the road design and configuration, and unfortunately our traffic engineer is ill today, but between Cold Spring Road, which is quite wide and has very few driveways, as opposed to Westmont Road, which is narrower and has some, I would say, 30 driveways with houses that are set back 50 feet from the road, as opposed to Cold Spring that has just a couple of residences, and all of them are set back from the road hundreds of feet. So it's a very different environment. Furthermore, the traffic will still go by Cold Spring School. It will still go by the fire station, down Sycamore Canyon, through that very complicated S-curve, which has had some serious accidents there, then have to come up Westmont Road, and then through a private connecting driveway into the campus. Then it would have to come back down to the lower campus area where Commissioner Gonstanker suggested they would be parking anyway. So it'd be a much shorter, much more direct route over a much wider road, much better configured for construction traffic to bring it up Cold Spring Road where there is no environmental impact.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Now, Commissioner Tilsher.
Thank you,
I'm going
Mr.
to
Chair.
take two more comments from the commission, and then we'll take a break. Commissioner Tilsher, you make a
Mr.
show.
Cronk, I couldn't agree with you more about Westmont Road. And the other thing, besides all those homes and driveways, is that lower road, I've done that a couple times, is very narrow and very windy and just doesn't lend itself to construction traffic. One thing that does bother me, you only have 30 sophomores that are requesting these weekend and evening permits now. So by the way you're handling it right now with sophomores, you're really discouraging them, and you're doing a good job of it. I'm worried about when you drop, if you drop any kind of permit requirements, and all of a sudden there's 907 spaces up there, and you're going to use 300 for staff and faculty, that leaves 600. And juniors and seniors are going to use 400 of that 600. Is that approximately right? So that leaves 200 for sophomores. Seems to me that's just encouraging sophomores. That's 170 more sophomores are going to say, gee, I think I'll bring my car. I have a shot at getting a permit. Wouldn't it be better to keep some kind of requirement on sophomores that it not be any different than what it is today? You're only going to get a weekend and evening permit, period. You're never going to get a daily permit. That's where I'm.
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Tilsher, and actually back to Commissioner Bierig, I think these are the issues that you're asking us, and we're accepting responsibility to balance. First of all, we're not planning to eliminate our parking program. The only thing that is being eliminated is the limit of 600 vehicles with permits on campus at any one time. That is the only aspect that is being eliminated from our program. We're still going to issue permits to all employees. We'll issue permits to all of our contract workers, which that actually is new. We'll issue permits because it wasn't required under the old program. We'll issue permits to all juniors and seniors who request them, and we will continue to discourage sophomores. Here, in your packet, Exhibit A22 is the letter to parents that's saying, you know, this is one of the more frustrating aspects of campus life. We sent the same email to your, in this case, son, and giving the harsh reality of permit life for a sophomore and saying, you know, at the end of the day, it's just too much trouble. We encourage you to discourage your child from even bringing a car to the area. We don't encourage people to get weekend evening permits. What we would hope to do is, rather than the weekend evening permit, is to give them a full permit, as Commissioner Bierig was referring to, and have that car on campus, rather than parked in some rental lot down in the city of Santa Barbara. As long as we can accommodate those within our ADTs, we think we can actually do a better job of managing parking, not for all the sophomores, so they would be meted out on a needs basis, so there'd be some evaluating process, but we perhaps could actually eliminate the weekend evening permit and have those cars on campus where they're better controlled.
Okay, Commissioner Bierig.
Thank you, Chairman McGrublian. Mr. Cronk, I heard your comment about the kiosk and disregarding, if you would, just theoretically, the cost and hassle of having a kiosk. But isn't it true that if you had a kiosk system, yes, you you would have a certain number of trips come, have to turn around and be sent back, but they wouldn't come back the next day. It's very effective in controlling traffic in as much as you quickly learn that you're not getting in. And so it's a one-time turnaround.
Well, Chair.
So on an ongoing basis, you could use the kiosk system to control. And I'm trying to, I'm not suggesting that I'm necessarily going to make that as a motion here, but I'm just in examining how we might implement this program to put all of the cars on campus, all of your student cars on campus, which I would personally prefer. I would like that future planning commissions at least have the option to implement a kiosk system if it was discovered that it wasn't that it had deleterious effects on the community. And so I just throw that out for your consideration and comment.
Chair McGribbly and Commissioner Bierig, I think the issue is if you're thinking that it is our students who are unaware that they can't park on campus, then and this would be an absolute communication of that. But our patrolling of the campus and issuing citations, $50, then a progressive discipline, we don't have, it is not our students who are unaware of our parking requirements. Now, they may try to get away with it, which a kiosk would prevent. But the cure could be certainly worse than the problem, because every visitor vehicle, every guest, every construction worker, every contract worker, every prospective family coming to see the campus would all be queued up at this kiosk and would really create more havoc than the very few students who try to sneak through the system. They quickly learn through the progressive discipline this doesn't work, and they comply. And I just want to make it absolutely clear, under our current system, we issue 900 decals for cars. I have a couple because I have 2 cars. Other staff have a couple of cars. They have a decal for each car. But the vehicles, the decals become permits to park on campus when the vehicle is on the campus, and that's what the parking permit management plan calls for. So we keep using the term permits and decals kind of interchangeably. Under the new system where we're managing traffic, they'll be one and the same, because we won't be counting permitted vehicles on campus. Yeah. But under the current system, the issuance of 900 decals is not a violation. We've submitted our parking counts to the county for over a decade, and we've not violated the 600 cap.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kronk. We're going to have a break now. 10 minutes. Session. Yeah. Mr. Kronk, would you take the podium, please? We have some additional questions for you. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kronk, while you're up there, I was hoping to ask you what you thought about the removal of the 380 Ts from Condition 83 that Commissioner Phillips earlier referred to. Do you recall that? Condition 83H requires a transportation demand management program.
Well, I believe that would be unprecedented to approve or to permit construction within Montecito and deny any construction traffic to build it. I mean, effectively, that would be eroding the base of the campus operation by some 300 ADT, working contrary to the concerns that you all have expressed earlier about having students and their ability to park on campus.
All right. Were there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Gotstanker.
Yes, as far as the parking decal / permit number, is it the number of 600, the actual number 600 that is a problem there? That if there was a parking compliance program, decals, whatever, however it got designed, if that number were something more realistic to actually what is actually occurring on site, does that play into your conversation about having or doing away with that whole thing? If that number was, say, higher than 600, if we actually gave you a number that said so many students per day, so many faculty per day, so many staff per day, totally manageable in my way of thinking, especially if there is someone actually counting those people as they're coming onto campus, then you would know at any given time how many students are parking on campus, how many faculty are parking on campus, how many staff, construction workers, whatever. You would actually know what the makeup of the campus is. And I'm looking at this, Mr. Cronk, not from sort of trying to restrict you guys. I'm actually looking at it because throughout this process, there's been, comments made by the public, comments made by, all of which may or may not be true. But there is this perception out there. And my reason for proposing a kiosk, or at least a way of counting, was to give future planning commissioners the ability to be able to know what actually has happened during a given period of time. Because the public, the community, has said, we don't know. We think they're doing this, And so that's all part of that same question. Is it the actual number of 600 that isn't workable, or you don't see any kind of parking compliance program workable for you at this point?
Before Mr. Cronk responds, let me ask you, Commissioner, what is it that you want to accomplish with a kiosk? Do you want to know which kind of cars or which employees?
I want to know during the period of, as I propose, the beginning of
construction
to the end of the quiet period, who and what are parking on the campus, okay, as part of whatever ADT cap, And it's because I look at the conditions that we're imposing, and some of those conditions require review in the future, and I feel that future planning commissioners are not going to have any more information than we've got right now to review whether they're in compliance or not.
Very good. You made your point. Mr. Cronk, would you comment?
Well, again, the only change in our parking permit management plan is that we will no longer have a limit to how many vehicles with permits can park on campus at any one time. We are going to issue permits, decals that will be permits, to all of our employees for all the vehicles that they own or ever want to bring to campus. We'll issue them to all juniors and seniors who want to have a car on campus. We'll issue some to sophomores. We'll continue to deny them to freshmen. We'll continue to patrol the campus looking for vehicles that don't have a parking permit to see if a student has tried to slip through the system. The consequences will be just as severe as they are currently. We will obviously keep track of how many permits, and we will correlate that to the traffic on Cold Spring Road, which is what the community experiences. The debate and the confusion has been over a system that tried to indirectly control traffic on Cold Spring Road by controlling parking on campus. We've now decoupled that system and made it a direct measurement of traffic on Cold Spring Road so that the commission will look, as the community can, with objective data. Whether that trip on Cold Spring Road is a prospective student and her parent, or whether it is an electrical contractor servicing the elevator in the library, I don't believe is particularly relevant to the experience of the community. We will, or whether it's a guest, somebody visiting a student, or whether it's an employee, we will take responsibility to manage all of those trips for whatever their nature is and adjust the way in which we manage. It may be that we'll be able to give more permits to sophomores. It may be that we would create a system to lock up some of those cars on campus so that they were only available on the weekends, couldn't be used during the week. We may try various things. The issue is that something that the Montecito Planning Commission is going to manage, or is it something Westmont is going to manage and provide the commission through the secretary with the data to determine whether the average is less than 3,500 or it isn't less than 3,500. That's a pretty objective test to meet, and one that will eliminate the confusion that has developed over these past few years. So we are absolutely going to keep track of the kinds of permits that we issue. But I don't think it's appropriate for the commission to get in and start limiting the numbers of decals that we can issue, the kinds of visitors that we can have on our campus, when a trip is a trip is a trip on Cold Spring Road.
Okay, you've made your point, Mr. Cronk, and I think it's well stated, and I appreciate it. Just a moment. Commissioner Tilsher?
Thank you, Chairman McGribbleman. I just want to go back to the construction traffic. I saw you take another nice deep breath there. Oh gosh, here comes something new. Back to the construction traffic. Take some water too. I've been for some time always fishing at off-site shuttling for construction. And the break we just had was one of the nicest breaks I've had in ages. David Eldred, who's a big booster of Westmont, did indicate that he has a 4.5-acre parcel on Jameson Road, right between Olive Mill Road and San Ysidro, 2 off-ramps, that they can take 100 cars, 100 of those little Toyotas. Probably, I'm sure he doesn't want cement trucks down there, but some of these construction workers, there could be up to 100 cars there. So hopefully, maybe we could make that happen, because that'll make a huge dent.
Commissioner, let's remember that the applicant has already said that they will manage that all of their construction traffic. Although they estimate the ADTs would have been around 450, they've agreed or proposed to constrain it to 300, and how they do that is their problem, and we should let them have the flexibility to do that.
And we're certainly appreciative of Dr. Eldred's offer, and part of our plan has been to use, we hadn't identified the site, but this is certainly a site that could serve very helpfully to provide us the ability to reduce that 424 trip down to the 300 that we've proposed. So this is one of the solutions.
And the other site is that Union Pacific right-of-way opposite the Santa Barbara Cemetery. There's a big site there they'll actually handle 500 vehicles on a lease basis. Yeah.
Okay, those are just suggestions. Thank you, Mr. Cronk. Mr. Tuttle, would you continue, please? Now that we've solved all the problems on parking and traffic.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'll be, let's see, where did we leave off? Construction phasing and status reports. At the last hearing, your commission expressed an interest in being able to get an update on the status of Phase 1 construction in particular sooner than having to wait until after it's completed. To that end, at the hearing and again in this memo, we've recommended and have amended the condition to that end that during construction phases, planning and development would give monthly status reports to your commission at your regular monthly hearings. That would give a status report on the progress of construction, about their compliance with the ADT cap at that point, and also any issues with any compliance with any conditions that have come up during that period. So that would occur during all phases of construction as requested by your commission. And that would be in addition to, there would still be before Phase 2 construction, before they could get the land use permits for Phase 2, they would still have to come in for that more in-depth analysis and evaluation by staff and by your commission as to the adequacy of conditions mitigating construction.
You're going to review that in any event with regard to the procedures here and the steps in the review process. So let's wait until then, and you can handle the whole thing in one step. Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, will you be discussing penalties in a later phase as to all of these issues separately?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, if you're referring to penalties for traffic?
Exceeding any of these conditions.
Yeah, we'll go specifically step by step through the traffic condition language, and we'll be able to identify the penalties for that at that point.
Okay, thanks.
My next discussion point then is affordable housing. This issue has come up in recent hearings and through comments from the community as well, that Westmont should incorporate an affordable housing component into the project. Just to read the Montecito Community Plan, policy HM-1.4, states that the county shall encourage development of employee affordable housing on the Westmont properties within the Montecito Community Plan. So I just wanted to provide a little background as to how that came up and how staff believes Westmont has satisfied that already, which is that during the update of the community plan in the 1990s, at that point, Westmont College, early 1990s, Westmont College was planning to build their faculty housing project on the west side of the campus. They were using that as a way to satisfy that policy. At that point in time, the Montecito Water District refused to provide water to serve that project. So Westmont, in order to build the project, went through the city of Santa Barbara. They offered that they could serve water for the project if in exchange Westmont annexed that property into the city's jurisdiction. So that is what happened. That the Las Barrancas property was annexed into the city to provide and built the affordable housing units on that property. So at the time of the Montecito Community Plan, that area was still considered part of the Montecito planning area. It was such that the project at that point would satisfy that policy. That being said, just also wanted to point out that as part of this current project in the residential housing complex on Cold Spring property, there will be one residential unit for the residential director of that residence hall. In addition, for all their other residence halls, Westmont has an apartment for the residential director. So 6 in total under build out of this project. That would be affordable in design, and given that they're offered free to the residential directors. So between the Las Barrancas project that was built directly to respond to that policy in the Montecito Community Plan, and the fact that they do have housing on on site within the Montecito planning area currently, and one additional one is proposed. Staff believes that Westmont has satisfied the policy and is consistent in that respect.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tuttle, there's 39 new employees envisioned, and you think one affordable housing meets the requirement? One affordable unit?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, I'll just state again that the policy is not a requirement. It just says the county shall encourage development of employee affordable housing on site. There's no requirement that they do so. And again, staff believes that the Las Barrancas project was directly constructed to meet that policy and satisfies the intent of that policy.
Okay.
The last thing I wanted to do before identifying a few specific revisions is to go through the approval process, just as a reminder on how this project will be approved here and in the future under build-out. And so I'll just go through that for everyone's benefit. The first thing obviously would be to approval of the CUP, the update to the campus master plan by your commission, including approval of phase 1 development. That would be somewhat of a conceptual approval of phase 1 development. At that point, then Westmont will come in for their land use permit approval and issuance for phase 1 development. And that would involve preliminary design approval, review and approval by the MBAR for phase 1, and then planning and development approval of the land use permit. That would be only upon a finding that they were in compliance with all the conditions of approval that were applicable at that point in time. At that point, then, it would go back to the MBAR for final design approval of phase 1 after appeal period has been completed, and then planning and development issuance of the land use permit after that point as well. At that point, then, with the land use permits in hand, Westmont would then go to the building division for all their applicable building, grading, and demolition permits. We've instituted a time limit for the period at which they can pull or submit those permits. So for phase 1, they have 18 months between submitting pulling their first building permit for phase 1 and submitting their last application. When you factor in time for reviewing that last application, it's likely that they'll have all their permits in hand by within 2 years.
I noticed in the recent submittal by the Montecito Association that it was suggested that that time period be limited to 1 year. Do you have any comment about that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my only thought in that is that it's a lot of construction to be putting into a 1 year period in terms of submitting the applications. And there are several buildings and several elements to it that they'll likely be planning during the construction level drawings, not all at once, but over time. But perhaps you might want to let the applicant speak to whether or not they could live within a year period. If they felt they could do that, then staff would certainly be supportive of that limit.
Just a moment. Would the applicant like to comment on that?
Randy Jones from Westmont College. I think the reason for the 18-month period is to allow for, as Mr. Tuttle said, to have a planning process and not try and have to do a number of structures and the engineering drawings all at the same instant, and to be able to coordinate those. And secondly, we feel that allows us to submit them in a time period that would allow for adequate time for plan check process.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tuttle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. At that point, once they begin the construction of phase 1, then, as we discussed previously, there would be a monthly status report to your commission on the progress of construction, their ADTs during that period, and then also compliance with applicable conditions of approval. There would also, as we also discussed, be periodic reports to the Planning Commission on their compliance, specific compliance with the ADT caps, So they'd be reporting at least once at the end of each period, summer, fall, and spring. And if at those times they're above their average ADT for that period for the year, then there would be an opportunity with the Planning Commission to work on ways to remedy that, such that by the end of that traffic year, where the average is taken, they'd be below that average and avoid any penalties. The other thing to mention for phase one, there would be a quiet year period of 5 years or twice the length of construction for that phase, whichever is longer, before they can commence phase two. And then lastly, there'd be the review with your commission of the adequacy of conditions after the what we learned from phase one construction, and whether or not the mitigations that were developed are adequate to address the construction traffic or construction impacts, including traffic, noise, etc. And those would there'd be the opportunity at that point then to amend or adjust the conditions such that any future phases the construction were adequately mitigated. Then Westmont would come in for land use permits for subsequent phases after the quiet period is completed, and that would begin with the review of the design and landscaping by the MBAR, and they'd be looking at conformance with the master plan. They'd be making a recommendation to the Planning Commission as to whether or not they could make their findings for approval and findings that it was in compliance with the master plan. Then your commission would review and take action on the preliminary design of the buildings or improvements associated with the land use permits for that second phase or future phase. That would be a public hearing. You'd be looking at the style, appearance, shape, footprint, articulation of all the buildings. You'd be looking at the location, height, size, landscaping, lighting, making sure that's consistent with the campus master plan. And then also you'd be making sure you can make the findings for approval of a land use permit. Once you take action, then it would go back to the MBAR for final design approval after the peer period is completed. And at that time, staff would issue the land use permit. And at that time, we'd have to ensure that all the applicable conditions of approval were satisfied. Then once again, Westmont would proceed through the building division. They'd have a time period at which they can do that. For future subsequent phases, that time period would be 1 year between pulling their first permit and submitting their last permit application. And they'd also have to provide documentation of funding in place before they can get any building permit. Then during
Did you
those...
say 1 year or time limits would be applied?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for future phases, there's a 1 year period between pulling their first building permit and submitting their last permit application. So that's a 1 year period for future phases. 18 months for the first phase just because it's larger. 1 year for the future phases. And then again, during that phase of construction or future phases, we'd be doing the monthly status reports to your commission and periodic reporting on the ADT caps and opportunities again for your commission to provide remedies and to ensure that the ADT caps aren't exceeded at year end. And then we would have the quiet periods in between future phases of a minimum of at least 2 years or twice the length of that construction period. So I think that provides a good summation of the steps involved with current and future approvals of the project, build out of the campus master plan. We did provide here the recommended actions in the memo with just a couple slight revisions. And when we get to that point, we can read them. I just wanted to highlight a few specific changes, and then we can get into some of the conditions. There is a revised... there is a slight revision to the findings of approval, finding number 9. Just a clarification between what we were calling design capacity, which is sort of the engineered capacity for a road, and being distinct from acceptable capacity, which in Montecito is LOSB in most cases, LOSC for a few roads. And so just made that those clarifications. And then also clarifying that the Cold Spring Road, since it is an unclassified roadway, it doesn't actually have a capacity as such, but just that it should remain below its threshold of 5530 ADTs. And there's just, I did want to mention some condition language for the MBAR design guidelines. This is something that the MBAR has requested be codified into the into their CUP, which are the design guidelines that came out of this latest round of reviews by the MBAR, and the latest design responded to those guidelines, and so the MBAR wanted to make sure that all future development corresponds similarly. I'll just maybe throw this on the on. Sorry, it will be condition 20B. We've added it in so we don't have to adjust the numbering. So we put it in as condition 20B. It's on page B20 of your memo.
It's on page B20 and continues on B21.
And I'll just read those in case you can't see them overhead. And it just states that build out of Westmont College 2006 Campus Master Plan shall adhere to the following design guidelines for all new buildings unless otherwise approved by the MBAR and MPC.
It's not clear to me, Mr. Tuttle. Where is this now going to appear?
It's page B20 of your attached conditions of approval. It's 20B. It starts at the bottom of page B20.
Yeah, 20B.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, just to be real clear, it's there. Alex is showing you the language that's actually included on B20 and then continues on to B21
it's on a new document.
for the staff report.
Okay.
We're still flipping back and forth between old documents.
Right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, all of the conditions of approval that we're currently proposing are included in your packet of November 14th, so we can stick with that one instead of flipping back and forth.
We should be using your 14th November document then. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tuttle, does this suggest that MBAR envisions that the plan as we have seen might change?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, what it envisions is that while Phase 1 is fairly well developed, such with enough specificity for your approval at this point, the design of future buildings is still somewhat up in the air as far as specific design, and so these guidelines would provide some guidance for the design and layout of those future buildings.
Within Phase 1, would Westmont have an opportunity to redesign subject to these conditions? Or have we locked in this
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, assuming you grant approval of Phase 1 as part of the overall approval of the master plan at this point, then that would more or less lock them in.
as to Phase 1?
Subject to final MBAR approval, but you'd be granting the preliminary approval of the design for the project. So the guidelines are as follows. Buildings shall follow natural contour lines in order to minimize grading and blend in with the existing topography. Buildings shall incorporate sustainable and green building designs where feasible. Buildings shall be sited and designed to maximize solar exposure into and between buildings during all times of the year. Buildings shall be integrated with existing landscaping, gardens, and historic elements of the campus while not trying to replicate historic architecture. Buildings shall incorporate roof terracing rather than rooftops where appropriate. And lastly, buildings shall not be located further west than what is identified on the 2006 Campus Master Plan in order to provide a meaningful buffer to neighbors to the west. So those are the guidelines as proposed by the MBAR and recommended for codification into our CUP. One other condition I just wanted to add is compliance with other departments, other agencies. Because this project has been in the works for so long, the condition letters that we receive, typically we receive condition letters somewhat at the beginning of a project when it first goes and is reviewed by our other departments. At this point, that's about 6 years ago. So it was recognized recently that we didn't have any reference to those conditions. This condition is actually not in your conditions of approval because this was just drafted at the end of last week. Basically what this condition says, and we'll find a placeholder for it somewhere in our numbering system, is that it needs to comply with all other departmental conditions, but prior to land use permit approval for any buildings and construction. And so those condition letters would come in for follow-up phases. The couple of condition letters that we do have at this point in time, one from Public Health, one from Montecito Fire District, and then can and will serves with standard condition language from the Montecito Sanitary District and Montecito Water District. In addition, we specifically state that for the central plant, they need to obtain a permit to operate the central plant from the Air Pollution Control District, and then also pay all applicable transportation impact fees prior to land use permit approval. So we'll find a placeholder for that within the CUP, and we'll come back this afternoon where that will go. I believe that concludes staff's presentation. The plan is to go into more detail into the conditions at your request, but I believe County Council is prepared to say a few words.
Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I do have quite a few words for me. I wanted to address Mr. Weston's letter. That's really the focus of my comments. And to put it bluntly, I found the letter very misleading and obfuscating, and for that reason, troubling. But having said that, let me set the stage by reading a couple sections from the CEQA guidelines to begin. A lead agency for a project, this is CEQA guidelines section 15041, authority to mitigate. A lead agency for a project has authority to require feasible changes in any or all activities involved in the project in order to substantially lessen or avoid significant effects on the environment, consistent with applicable constitutional requirements such as the nexus and rough proportionality standards by case law. The other section that I wanted to read that's very pertinent, and it's pertinent to all your decisions, and in fact the other one is pertinent to all your decisions also. This is 15384, substantial evidence. Substantial evidence as used in these guidelines means enough relevant information and reasonable inferences from this information that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion, even though other conclusions might also be reached. Whether a fair argument can be made that the project may have a significant effect on the environment is to be determined by examining the whole record before the local agency. Argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, evidence which is clearly erroneous or inaccurate, or evidence of social or economic impacts which do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment does not constitute substantial evidence. Substantial evidence shall include facts, reasonable assumptions predicated upon facts, and expert opinion supported by facts. Now, having read those, let me comment. As to your discretion, always keep in mind those principles that your decisions have to be based on facts. And that in this instance, you have a range of facts out there. You certainly have a lot of facts upon which to exercise your discretion. And there are many different rational conclusions that can be drawn from all those facts. There's not one. However, and this is such gigantic however that it has thrown you for a loop, I think, is that the authority to mitigate is not unbridled discretion. It's discretion that has to be enacted within these constitutional protections and within the boundaries of the policies and the zoning ordinance provisions that have been provided to you. And the idea of nexus and rough proportionality, I know you've heard this before, I just think it bears repeating. It's that there must be a connection between the exaction and the impacts of the project under review. And not only does there have to be a connection, but the level of exaction has to have some rough proportionality to the impact itself. Now, in this case, the condition, Mr. Weston says, oh, you can, once you have discretion, you can impose all rational conditions. Yes, that's true to a certain extent, but that's not the whole truth. The whole truth is it has to be rational, it has to be proportionate, it has to have a nexus, and it has to relate to the project under review. The project under review in this instance is not a new CUP. It is the change in the approved master plan. It is, you're not looking at the underlying project. You are looking at the project under review, the changes to the approved master plan. I wanted to say, just as kind of a throwaway, but it also helps to understand that CEQA doesn't give you any authority that you wouldn't otherwise have. You can't just point to the CEQA guidelines and say, oh, look what they're doing. No, you need some outside authority, like your police power. Or you need an impact, and you need, that needs to be mitigated. Or you need a consistency analysis that needs to be found, or a finding that needs to be made. But under all those circumstances, you need facts, you need nexus, you need rough proportionality. I'm only on page 2 of my comments out of 5. But I want you to know that these same principles and constitutional protections apply to exactions, as I just said, under your consistency analysis and your conclusions that you make when you draft your findings. And I'm not trying to bind your hands. I know that there's a lot of concern by your commission. And I was trying to raise this last week in some of your hearings as well. I'm not binding your hands, but constitutional principles and policies adopted by the county board. All these things have to come into play when you make your decision on this project and on every project. You have full, complete discretion in accordance with the rules laid down for your land use decisions. That's all. I can't say it anyway. Think of it as full discretion, and it is full discretion, but it is circumscribed in a manner required by the law. Before I respond to the legal questions attached to Mr. Weston's letter, I wanted to respond to one of the comments that he has made repeatedly and staff has repeatedly answered, and I was very discouraged to see it again in this letter, that the draft subsequent EIR has created an entitlement in Westmont to the 200,000 square feet. I hope you know by now there is no entitlement to 200,000 square feet. That was simply a tool used to provide the baseline upon which to determine impacts. And in fact, I know you're aware that there were other methodologies added to Appendix H, that if you disagreed with this 200,000 square feet, you have other choices as well. Now, let me get to his legal questions. I'm going to read them for the people in the audience who don't have them. His first question. I read these questions, but I have to smile while I read them. If you believe Westmont's requests exceed what is compatible with a Montecito community plan, do you have the authority to disapprove or scale back? Yes, you can disapprove or scale back, of course. But again, only if you have a factual record substantiating your conclusions that it is in succeedance of whatever it is. If it's compatibility, you need to identify the specific impact that you believe has been created. And you have to condition a condition, or you have to craft a condition that addresses not only the impact, but addresses it in a way that's roughly proportional to that impact. My own feeling is it's going to be a difficult, but I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that those are the, yes, of course, you can disapprove or scale back. You just have to have a factual record. I could have my own opinions on many of these. I think I'll just let it go at that. Can you approve only a first phase of development and not approve a master plan beyond the first phase? Yes, you can approve the first phase only. But then, and I know you're aware of this too, you would be looking at Westmont's old master plan and what they can come and do under the old master plan and what you would not get under approving phase one only. You would not get a lot of these offers that Westmont and you have been talking about, and I see they're very important to you because you're really want to draft them very carefully, and that's great. But this is your opportunity as part of their request now for the subsequent phases to actually get this different crafting. And if you wanted to limit it to phase one only, you would need to identify the facts that would lead you to deny that second phase, so that staff would come back with findings, identifying those facts, why you cannot approve that subsequent phases. Third, if you approve a phase one, can you approve a proposed master plan for future phases as a wish list only, reserving to future planning commissions 100% discretionary authority over whether future development will be approved? The wish list only wouldn't be an approval. The Planning Commission grants entitlements. The wish list would simply not be an entitlement. It would just be a wish list, and Westmont could return to their approved master plan. They could ignore what you think is their wish list, and they could go forward with what they really want to go forward with under the approved master plan. I think it was to address this concern that staff has carefully, but perhaps not carefully enough for you, proposed discretion that we have just discussed. Question 4. If you approve any discretionary requests, annexation, more square footage than already entitled, or other material modifications, do you have discretion to mandate reduced traffic? Well, you know I'm going to say that you need a nexus and you need facts. But I would say if you used annexation, square footage, other material modification, you would be concluding that one more car would exacerbate what you perceive as an existing traffic impact. And belief is not sufficient to do that which I hope you're not intending to do. I think that would be a very grave step, but let me just stop there. And I would think that the record would have to support that that what you wish to do? There's an impact out there for you to address it. I want to point out, a couple people have raised those earlier assumptions. Those earlier assumptions are nothing more than assumptions. You can't use those for anything other than going, wow, we missed the boat on that one, didn't we? And now we're trying to correct what we have, and they are offering to help you do this. Currently, they're in compliance with their permit. They're in compliance with the Montecito Community Plan policies adopted by the board. Just keep in mind, record. It's all about the record. I was thinking, there is no, and I think I said this the last time, there aren't any additional students. There's additional staff, there's not additional faculty. But adding the 3.3 acres or building those buildings to accommodate the number of students they have now, I'm not sure how you can expand that to a nexus on a traffic impact, given the existing baseline. I want to tell you also that, as I read in the 15041, economic impacts alone are not going to be sufficient to use that as a denial. So the economic impact of that annexation is not available for use for denial. That's the law. That's not me. I mean, I'm not binding your hands. I'm just trying to explain to you what the parameters are, the legal parameters upon which you have to act. Do you have the authority to direct modifications to the AIR? If you believe it is inaccurate, you have the obligation to do so. Yes, you have the authority to disagree with the conclusions if you have a factual record to support your disagreement. You have done that before. Other people, other commissions and the board have had factual evidence that so they disagreed with the conclusions. That's fine. And if there is such a factual record, you have the obligation, because you are making an independent decision on that final subsequent EIR. 6, do you have the authority to make findings that the current master plan was not intended by the county to include development of possible or future possible buildings? If you think the county did intend to include future development, do you have the authority to make findings as to the reasonable amount of square footage the county contemplated? There is a range of reasonable square footage that can be constructed under the existing permit. Staff gave very lengthy reasons in Appendix H, providing the 4 methodologies. I think they also provided a lot of analysis as to why the 60,000 proposed by the neighborhood groups who are not in favor of this project are not factually accurate. So to disagree with that they were not intended, you would have to look at the language in the previous permits which say approved future buildings and uses. You would have to look at that language and say, oh, there is other evidence to point to the fact that those are not approved future buildings and uses as they have been referred to in all their permits. And if you find that the buildup is that old 60,000, which is being claimed is what the limit of what West Swamp could build, you would have to find that that methodology used to get to the 60,000 square feet is more credible than the 4 methodologies you find in Appendix H. 2 more questions only. I'm so sorry. I feel kind of preachy, but I was asked to do this, so I'm just trying to accommodate you. Can you decline to approve annexation if Westmont offers an incentive, such as pilot and deed restrictions to justify annexation? Can you weigh that offer as a factor in approving discretionary requests that you would otherwise deny? As I stated earlier, taxes are not grounds to disapprove annexation. You don't have the absolute right to decline on those grounds, nor mitigate on the grounds that there are financial impacts. Again, past assumptions are not grounds for denial. Baseline conditions are not grounds for denial. I want to point out the buildings that would be built on that ground, they could be moved under the approved CUP. Can you weigh the offer of the pilot as a factor? That was, to respond to that was kind of tricky for me to even plow ahead, but you can't deny on school grounds. You can't mitigate on the school grounds. So there would be no nexus to anything you could do other than that pilot is related to schools. And it has nothing you can do with respect to it. And so I don't think, no, there's no weighing as to one impact that's perceived by the commission as to allow something else to occur. There's no nexus in that. So to go on to the last question, one of my favorites, if the legal advice you are given constrains what you would otherwise want to consider, can you state so on the record? Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. I hope that you believe that you are constrained not by my legal advice, but rather by the law that encompasses land use decisions and what you're able to do in that body. So that is that's the end.
You made reference to the deed option. I didn't get quite what you said.
I only referred to it in the reading of that condition. My feeling, let me read that again. Can you decline to approve annexation if Westmont offers an incentive, such as pilot and deed restrictions, to justify annexation? Can you weigh that offer of a deed restriction in approving discretionary requests that you would otherwise deny? I guess I'm partly saying that if they offer it, that's an offer. It's nothing you can require. You could never use, you could never use that it wasn't offered as a grounds for denial. You would still need a factual basis to deny the project or certain components of it.
Thank you. Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Chairman McGriblian. Well, that was a good long treatise on a lot of questions that Mr. Weston brought up.
I couldn't figure out how to make it shorter.
Well, I'm not clear on one thing that came up at the last meeting. You I think indicated that they are entitled, they do have a vested right to their existing ADTs. Do you still, is that still true in your mind? Whether those ADTs were...
Let me phrase it a different way. Let's not use vested right. Well, let's not use entitled. Okay. I don't mind those words, but I know how I'm using them when I use them, and I'm just going to... Let's not go there. We don't have to. What I said, or what I hoped I was saying, is that the baseline conditions are what are there now. And the project that you have before you builds upon that baseline. So you cannot take the base, you cannot go below the baseline, and it's all traffic. You need to have, you can't look at existing impacts. You only have to look at new impacts caused by this project. That's where your discretion lies. If you were hoping to go below that baseline, you need facts identified by this new proposed amendment, update to the master plan. Facts that would allow you to somehow reduce the traffic below the baseline.
And that fact cannot be that the existing ADTs are not neighborhood compatible?
Correct.
It has to be more than that.
It has to be more than that, because that's what they're coming in with. They're coming in with they're coming in, maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not. I mean, the roads division, I mean, in this traffic studies seem to suggest not. I know there's a perceived problem, and I'm not saying, I'm not an expert. All I'm just saying is that the impacts that you are able to address in the context of this project, in terms of consistency, CEQA findings, are cannot be existing impacts, because that's not an impact of what you are considering today.
Okay. Commissioner Gottstenger?
So the basis for which the traffic was based on, and all of the analysis that the traffic was based on, was that we had a permit compliance program of issuing a maximum. I mean, it's in it's throughout the document that we depended on a maximum of 600 permits shall be issued. That's the baseline, as you're pointing it out, right? That was what was allowed. So in other words, in my world, we don't have an ADT to measure this against. This whole new, we have a document that staff used, that the Rincon, whatever they're called, used, that all have a statement that says a maximum of 600 parking permits shall be issued. That was the baseline. I think the confusion for me, and maybe for my other commissioners, around trying to deal with the whole thing is that there were more permits issued than what the baseline says. So given that interpretation that actually literally changed baseline, or what we're looking, no, it didn't change baseline, excuse me, the baseline still remains at 600, but the increment impact of issuing more could be interpreted, I'm not saying it's true, but could that be interpreted as being the amount that we can deal with? I don't know. I mean, I think that's what we're all struggling with regards to traffic. And maybe not. I don't know whether that's what you guys, is that what you're struggling with or not? No.
Let's, just a moment.
Okay.
Council, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gottstenger. I think what happened, and this is in the past, but as we have through these hearings been struggling between parking and ADTs, I think that same struggle occurred in 1990. And that was the solution. I think that it was subsequently, now, I think the community is thinking, no, that was addressing the parking solution, but it's not really addressing the ADT solution. We never had, not from the get-go to this moment when Westmont has offered this cap, really looked at, the problem is the traffic. Let's get to the traffic. And so it is a struggle, but I think it's partially because it's apples and oranges. And I know staff probably has further words to say, clearer than mine, but that is how I perceive it.
Yeah. Okay. That concludes council's comments. What I'm going to propose now is that we momentarily take a break for lunch. It's just a little after 12, so let's make it 1:15 when we come back. Now, when we return, what I'm going to ask staff to do is to review for us those conditions that we have discussed at some length with the revisions, and look for a concurrence and endorsement by this commission as to each of those. So we'll go down that list one at a time of those issues that came up in the past and that we've discussed, and come to a resolution of each of them. And then following that, there may be some other conditions that maybe the commissioners have in mind that have not been discussed, and we can review those also. Secretary?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and tell you which conditions that at least we preliminarily think we should be reviewing with the commission, so you can look and see if there are others that you also want us to look at. Condition 1, which is the project description condition, obviously, we need to go through in some detail. Condition 7, which is the student and employee parking restriction condition. Condition 9. 9, which
Right.
is the traffic condition and the whole ADT issue. It's fairly lengthy. Condition 21, which is the construction phasing provisions. We've spent some time on that. Condition 68, which is construction timing, and I think that's where we get at condition 68, where we get at the concrete delivery issue. And condition 83, which is the construction traffic control plan. So those are the ones I would suggest. There is an additional condition we discussed today on Montecito Planning Commission status reports, and unless you have a concern about what was presented today, I wouldn't. I don't think it requires any further discussion, but that's another one that we did discuss today, and that's condition 19.
There is also the contribution of the MBAR. Does that need attention?
Only if you think it does. I mean,
Okay.
otherwise, I haven't heard any particular concern about the other conditions,
Okay.
so I'm just trying to focus us on those conditions that seem to be of
Okay, so
particular
we have the
concern.
list that we're going to review in detail when we return from lunch. And if the commissioners have additional conditions that they want to review in detail, please announce those before we start so we'll know what we have in mind.
Great.
Okay, so we'll adjourn for lunch.
Thank you.
Session. Before I initiate the review for the specific conditions over which we've had a good deal of discussion, I'm going to give the individual commissioners an opportunity to make some general comments as to their current disposition, their frame of mind. These are general comments, and any particular concerns that they might have that would be reflected in one of the conditions, or one or more of the conditions. So these are just general comments, so as to give all of us some sense of where we're heading and how we might proceed. So who would like to volunteer? Commissioner Tilsher has volunteered to be the first.
Some ways I hate to be first out the chute because I guess everybody can shoot at me, but I guess somebody has to start it. I wonder if I could ask Mr. Lundberg if he could come up and I could ask him a question that would kind of would dwell on the overall Westmont situation. Do you mind coming up, Mr. Lundberg?
What is your intent, Commissioner? I asked you for your views.
Well, it applies to the entire Westmont ability to handle traffic, and I thought maybe I could ask him a question.
I should like to reserve that for the particular condition where we deal with the traffic. You can always ask him to come up at that time.
Well, it also seems to address a lot of the neighborhood concerns in addition to traffic.
Well, I understand that, but I'd like to reserve that particular discussion to the condition. I'd like your personal views in a general way with regard to the project and how we're moving.
Well, generally, I I would like to compliment Westmont on bringing forth all the parking requirements, and I must say, all that literature, I read every line, and it is obvious to me that you do take it seriously, and so I compliment you on that. And also staff, I thought you did a very good job responding to all of our concerns from the last meeting, especially the penalties on exceeding the cap. I thought they have some real meat in them, and they're really good. I think that's enough for now. I might, if I can, I'll jump in later.
Fine. Any opportunity later. Commissioner Berg.
I'm ready. I also want to compliment staff. I think what we have now in terms of the conditions that have been drafted are really wonderful. I think we've made a lot of progress. And in fact, when I look back on what's transpired over the last 6 months, 7, it's been a while. I know we took a break there, but the project and the conditions that are before us now are, I mean, this is really a different project, and it's so vastly improved. I'm really impressed with what we've done here. I know this is a hard project. You know, we have a historical use that if we were starting out today, we probably wouldn't put it in this location, but it's there. The school's there. It's been there for a long time, and it's been a valuable member of the community. And it's a use that has a county-wide interest, and the benefits inure to the county, the entire county. So there's interest all over the community. It's not just Montecito that's looking at this. And it does have some local impacts, and hopefully we've done as good a job as we can possibly do to mitigate the impacts without negating the benefits of having this kind of an institution. But at this point, I feel, and sort of overall, we've done our job. We're, I'll use the term 99%. I could probably even go to close to 100%. I don't mind spending some more time tweaking some of the conditions, but I basically, from my perspective, we're done. Again, it's vastly improved, and I'm going to lobby my fellow commissioners that we not over-condition this project, because I think we risk becoming irrelevant if we go too far. And I really think we've done what we came here to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gottstanker?
Okay, so given the magnitude of this project, I also would like to acknowledge staff, you know, and especially Mr. Tuttle, who, you know, I just think, Alex, that you have just done an extraordinary, extraordinary job on this. You know, you have continued to provide this commission with what we've asked for. It's been clear. Your presentations have been clear and concise. And I think the community has a better project because of the work that you've put in on this project. So I just really want to acknowledge you for that, Alex. I also want to acknowledge Westmont for hanging in there with this planning commission, you know, with all of trying to literally teach us, you know, how to work through a project like this. You know, I mean, clearly we're not trained planners, we're not, you know, professionals in the field, and this project has been very, very difficult for us. And I also want to acknowledge Westmont, as we've done in the past, for the huge, huge change in direction that Westmont took with the design of this project. You know, I think it made lots and lots of difference to the community and the impacts that were perceived, especially from my personal community. I mean, the Mountain Drive Community Association, as you all know, is an association that I've been the president of, and it speaks for the Mountain Drive community, which is very, very close to my heart. As you all know, I've lived there since 1965, and it's a very, very special place within the confines of the Montecito planning area. You know, there's no other area in Montecito like this. And so we share something. You know, Westmont and the Mountain Drive Community Association, we literally share the west end of Montecito, you know, and I think that we've got a project here that is very, very close, in my opinion, to being able to be approved. And so I just thank you for all the work that you've done, you know. And then all the other people I want to acknowledge is the contribution that the Montecito Association, their land use committee, and their board have made throughout the process. And I also want to acknowledge the Citizens Against Westmont, you know, because all of the information that has been brought to us by all these different bodies has certainly contributed to each of the planning commissions in a different way, but I think all of which has made this a better project. So the only issues that are really outstanding for me here are the impacts of traffic to the community and how we're going to ongoingly have the tools needed to manage that traffic in the future. You know, we've got several different ways that we could go. We can still go inside the conditions of it, but I would hope that that both Westmont and my fellow commissioners will be continuing to come up with something that for which the community has the assurances that they need, and that we leave this project with the county and with future planning commissioners such that some of the frustrations that we have faced with the learning curve around what's legal, what's not legal, what the place a draft EAR plays in the whole all of those things. I hope that this commission leaves, you know, like this project cast in stone, so that in the future, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that planning commissioners that come after us will know what the intention was. That's, for me, what's been missing inside of this project, is that in the background, it's like, well, what was the intention of the parking permits? What was the intention of conditions that were put on the project? Because it was so kind of open-ended, one-line sentences, I don't think we have any way of being able to go back and measure that. So I hope that in whatever we come up with, we leave our intention very clearly stated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Phillips, do you wish to make a comment?
Mr. Chair, I think I adopt the sentiment of my fellow commissioners. I think it's been a very valuable process for me, certainly. I compliment everyone that's been complimented again. I said to the applicant at one point that you are very, very different here in our community. You are very different, uniquely different. And I think there's a way to make this all work and verify it and keep limits and enjoy each other in the community, and I hope that's where we end up today.
Thank you. I have a few general remarks also. I expressed previously my appreciation to the applicant for their sincere and diligent response to the comments that we had made in previous meetings when they returned with the plan that we're considering today. I appreciate very much that you took that seriously, and you did a very good job at it. And I also commented to the architects for their important contribution. I think you have a model, you will have a model campus. And I think also a model master plan. I appreciate staff support, Mr. Tuttle and Ms. Almy, with whom I've spent a fair amount of time at other occasions, and I think what they've done is extraordinary. And I marvel that the two of them remember every condition and their number whenever we raise a question. I don't know that my memory even approaches that, but in any event, I appreciate that. The focus that the applicant has made on the traffic matter, I think, was a very realistic and very efficient way to talk about the impact of the college on the community. I think that's what the community will see, will be the traffic impact. And what goes on within is a matter that really is the responsibility of the college itself, although by developing the plan that they did and following the contours and keeping the heights under control, etc., goes a long way to developing and offering a very attractive solution. But I think that the traffic aspect of this thing is the focus, and I think that they're volunteering a cap on the ADTs is an excellent way to reflect that focus. That's as much as I need to say at the moment. Ms. Helmy, I'd like to proceed then with a review of the conditions as we indicated earlier, and we'll go over the ones that have been critical in our discussion one at a time. The applicant has asked that we include number 6 also in the list. And I ask my colleagues if they have additional conditions that they should like to have discussed over and above the ones that we mentioned earlier, that Secretary Black reviewed for us. Commissioner Gunstanker?
So could you, Mr. Chairman, could you just remind me about which conditions we have got tagged as to go through?
Yes.
Before I say whether I need to add something or not?
All right. Number 1, number 6 as just proposed.
Project description.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Number 6 that was just proposed, that has to do with busing. Number 7. Number 9. Number 21. Number 68. And number 83 are the ones I have. Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to have a brief discussion on 10, 12, and 10, 11, and 12. They're all kind of go together. And it's the area of special events, outdoor intercollegiate athletic events, and summer activities. And some of my discussion around those may actually be hit on when we go back to the traffic conditions, but I still have some questions around those.
Good. Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You wanted us to say whether or not we had any other conditions we want to.
Yes.
Can I bring up?
Yes.
Could I ask Mr. Lundberg to come up so I could discuss it with something with him?
Well, is there a condition that you want to review? I just want to.
No, this would be another condition. In addition, I thought you were asking if we had any other conditions.
Yes. What is the which condition is it?
It's not on this condition page.
All right. Please, Mr. Lundegaard.
Thank you for coming up. I know in a previous conversation you had with a couple people from the community that you indicated that Westmont might consider volunteering a cap on student enrollment at 1,200. Is that a possibility of volunteering that? Because I think the community, in the back of their mind, is still always concerned about whether 20 years from now, 30 years from now, we would have a different enrollment.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tilser, we're on record as volunteering that cap on enrollment and would repeat that cap today.
So it is okay for you to volunteer the cap? of
Absolutely.
1,200 students.
Absolutely.
As a deed restriction. I'm sorry, I
That's a
didn't.
different question.
I didn't make that question very clear. I think I want to. There are people that would like to see it in writing, so that we know, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that we're not going to have a different total environment.
You know, that gets down ultimately to a decision by our Board of Trustees, and I'd like to defer to Dave Winter on this question, because we've certainly discussed it, and yes, there have been conversations in the past, but Dave is wiser than I am on this subject, plus he outranks me, and I'd love to have him talk on that if you'd allow that.
Mr. Chair, I think it'd be important if we could, if Mr. Winter, Dr. Winter could volunteer any thoughts about whether or not they would allow that enrollment cap.
I'd be happy to invite Dr. Winters, although there has been some remarks about this by the applicant previously, in which they discussed the various implications of having such a restriction.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary?
If I could just remind the commission, I think Mr. Seltzer actually advised you on the effect of a deed restriction, and essentially, and I just confirmed this with Marianne Slutsky as well, essentially the permit condition that limits the enrollment to an average of 1,200 and the deed restriction would operate the same way. The county would have to amend the permit condition, and presumably if a deed restriction were put on the property, it would be subject to change by the county, with concurrence by the county. Same process, same people would be making the decision. So I'm not sure that you're gaining what the community seems to think they might gain by having a deed restriction on the property.
I think where some people feel that the deed restriction is much more forceful than the CUP, because anybody can come back into the board and ask for a change in the CUP, but the deed restriction's pretty permanent.
Well, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Tilsher, I understand that that's how people feel. I don't think that's really true. I think that the same process to amend the CUP could be used to amend or remove a deed restriction. So it may have a different feeling about it, but I don't think it really has a different legal effect.
Would council like to comment on this?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my feeling was, and still is, and Al and I have talked about this, although not in a long time, that the deed restriction, if it is put on there, well, I guess I'd have to look at it a little further. If they said, oh, in perpetuity, we will keep our level at 1,200 average students, I'm not sure how binding we could ever make that. To tell you the truth, it's just, they put it on, they could take it off. If they said subject to county approval to remove, then the county could agree to have it removed.
Well,
some future board.
Okay. Do you have any other comment on that? You
I do.
Received an opinion. Do you still want Mr. Lundegaard to make comment, or Dr. Winters to make further comment?
I don't think Dr. Winters has to come up. I bring it up only because I think it's I think it has more effect than a CUP, which can be changed at the board's approval anytime. Just anytime there's a need, they'll. And I think I think it just shows that extra good faith that they intend to keep the enrollment. And at the very minimum, if that was not acceptable by their board, I would suggest perhaps it's a deed restriction for maybe just 20 years beyond the last building that's built. So there is some ending to it. But so the community would have some period of time that they know that we're not going to be requesting a CUP change for enrollment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if Westmont offers, I will look into the issue more fully. Right now, of course, as you're aware, it's got to be a voluntary offer.
I want to remind Commissioner Tilsher that the concern about or apprehension that some future MPC would make a change in the number of enrollees at the request presumably of the applicant, and that might respond to it favorably, is something that we cannot take into account at this time. If the community at a future date wants to make a change, it will make a change, deed or no deed, it seems to me. All we can do is accept their position today and act on it today. I can't speculate what a future MPC is going to do or what the community in the future would be willing to accept. And I don't know of any way in which we can bind them to a decision today forever, deed or no deed. That's my reaction. Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The deed restriction would have to be for the benefit of someone, and the Montecito Association has been talked about as the recipient of the deed restriction. However, the MPC could not inviolate that agreement. However, that's where the however came in. Should the MPC be persuaded that 1,800 is now the better number because of this nice big facility, that would have been such a sea change in the community that the Montecito Association may well have said as well, here it is, you've got it back. We're giving it back to you. So I'm sympathetic to the intent. I'm siding with, I think, the chairman's view that, first of all, should we bind future, the community in the future, which I feel strongly we shouldn't, and secondly, it can become undone. If it couldn't become undone, it would be much more interesting, but it can be. Saying that, you know, the CUP in 76 and 90 said only 1,200 students. That's, and we now know that traffic is the major impact. We should also consider employees and staff and professors not to exceed, in addition to the 1,200 average students, an average of employees. And at that point, I think that's all we can do for the community. And if the community changes its mind in the future, so be it, and we should welcome it.
Thank you. Commissioner Gostschenker?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we do have a statement, which is a pretty black and white statement inside the conditions. It's condition 4, permitted enrollment. Westmont College has permitted an average enrollment of 1,200 students studying on the Montecito campus, whether they reside on and off. But the last sentence, I'm not going to read the whole. Westmont, by executing this permit, hereby indicates its acceptance and recognition that 1,200 students is the ultimate average enrollment that shall ever be permitted for the Montecito campus. I would just ask County Council, and it's condition 4, and it's at the sentence I read is at the bottom of page B10. Is that the absolute strong, I mean, it seems pretty strong to me, but then I get things wrong. Is that the absolute strongest language that can exist inside that condition, getting to where I'm clear that the community and this commission wants to go, is that we would wish to be able to limit enrollment on this campus now and potentially forever, which I think is what Commissioner Tilsher is thinking will happen if we have a deed restriction. So that's my question. Is this as strong as that language can be? I mean, it pretty much says shall ever be permitted for the Montecito campus. I mean, shall, I understand in county language, is like, that's the bottom line. It's like, that's the way it is. You know, and yeah, somebody can come and ask for that.
Counsel?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godstanger, I have never seen any language nearly as strong as that language in any permit we've ever issued.
Nor have I. That's why I got it underlined in my document. I mean, it seems pretty strong.
All right. I think we've discussed this adequately. I'd like to go ahead with the list of identified conditions. The first one on the list was number 1.
Chairman, is that page B5 under reporting?
Mr. Chair, condition B1 begins on, condition 1 begins on page B1. It's the project description condition that begins at the bottom of that page and goes all the way through page B9. So it's,
B2
if we get through this condition, we're going to be through a lot of the issues. Because this condition includes phase 1, it includes the master plan, construction phasing, reporting, it includes almost everything. So we might want to just take it piece by piece. And then the rest may just work themselves out, almost, most of them.
Okay, are we prepared to take a look at this condition 1 now?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you something, Mr. Chairman. If there is something in these first few pages that we're going to be going through, which then comes up again later on in a condition, do you want to discuss it now as part of the project description, or do you want to go and do you want us as commissioners to leave it till we get to the actual condition?
The latter. Any other questions? Commissioner Tilsher, you have your light on. Did you wish to speak? Okay. All right. Are there any specific comments with regard to the project description that need attention that will not be considered at a later time? That condition goes all the way to B9, page B9, where conditions related to college operations comes in.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Mr. Tuttle?
If it would help, I could certainly just walk us quickly through the elements of the project description, if that would be of assistance. But
is that the wish of the Commission?
Let's not summarize the whole condition, though. I think let's hit an element and then decide, and go to the next element and decide. It is important, but I don't think if we summarize the whole condition, we're going to be right where we are again, which is, okay, now how do we go through this condition? So let's just go through it element by element.
All right, Mr. Tuttle?
okay, then it begins with what's included in the CUP revision. It's to include a 3.48 acre parcel into the campus and under the CUP. Update, modify the master plan, which includes refining future development approval process. Here's one key issue that you will need to decide on, is the modification to the chapel auditorium up to the 49-foot height, maximum height limit. Could be less, but that would be the peak.
Is that a separate condition? I'm trying to remember.
This is the only place that condition appears?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. This would be the time to comment on that modification, if you so choose.
Okay, any comment on that condition, on that specification?
Yes, I had thought that this appeared somewhere else, but I think at the last hearing on Westmont, I voiced my concern about this as far as the design and the acoustics of the building in relationship to the 49 feet. And I would like some assurance from the MBAR on this one, and they're really not here, that the capacity of this building really is, that the design and the capacity of the volume is really what's absolutely needed for chapel services. I know the applicant has said this is what they need, you know, and I know that I've been very vocal about my concern that it appears in the side of the design of this building that it would be, there's a potential for a large expansion of use, you know, and I get that that's also going to get handled under the ADT caps, but I still have some concerns about the size of this building in relationships to its use. And it was brought up once again in the Montecito Association letter, and I know it's been a concern of some of the other opponents that the size of this chapel really was not consistent with what they would perceive as a need. And the only way I know how to get that is to send it back to the architects at some point.
Okay, I think the way to handle that is perhaps that we direct the, at the time that this building is up for design, preliminary design review and final design, that the MBAR be charged with the responsibility of determining the adequacy of the volume and the configuration. I mean, that's their job.
Yes, that's accurate, and that's why I want it to go back to them. But we now have it inside a project. We now have it as part of a project description that we're going to approve or not approve. So that's why I'm looking at staff to figure out how to make this read so that if MBAR comes back and says, well, we think it's like too big and doesn't need to be this tall, how do we do that if we've already put it inside the project description?
Secretary.
Mr. Chair, perhaps the thing to do here is to approve the modification as it's specified, and it says which will not exceed a height of 49 feet, and then just allow us to express your intent that the BAR really critically review that, and that you aren't telling the BAR they should approve 49 feet, but you're giving them the flexibility to go up to 49 feet if they think it's necessary. Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, that's the ultimate that would be.
Right.
And that there's a way of folding it back.
Bringing it down.
See that it could be designed in a way
Right.
that was less.
So it does say maximum, and I think then we can just add the BAR's critical review to that. So it's to provide them flexibility.
Okay. We
So
recognize
perhaps
that
some
one.
language could be at the end of D, it would just continue on, not exceed a height of 49 feet to meet the building's interior volume requirements for proper voice, choir, and orchestral acoustics at the discretion of the Montecito BAR in their final approval.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Thank you. We have testimony that Westmont will have their students and faculty in this building every day?
It's three
Three
times
times
a
a
week.
week. And we know how many people that is. And isn't the concern that this will be used for things other than the campus?
Yeah, because
So it's not the size per se, because we know how big it should be. It's what else might it be used for? It was the same concern we had with the Music Academy. Is this going to become a performing arts facility or not?
Mr. Chair, if I
Secretary.
could just remind you that, and we'll get to this when we look at the special events are limited to 12 a year, so I'm not sure I would necessarily focus on other things it could be used for. I think what Commissioner Gottstinker was getting to is this the size
Is it too
and
big
volume
for
that they need
Westmont's use?
for their chapel?
No, for its function.
Right.
For
For
its
its function.
function.
Now, this is project description. Then when we go to the next section, which is the operations, that's when the matter of the special events and so on come in. So we can address that question at that time. All right, let's-
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, then I'm unwilling to let this go, okay? Because right now, we have a condition that says provide for modification that will allow the building's interiors to function in a certain way. The function that's listed is proper voice, choir, and orchestral acoustics. We do not even have anything as far as the function listed here that has to do with what we've been told it's going to be used for, which is a chapel of worship. We've got a whole lot of other things listed here. So this is not acceptable to me as it's written right now then. I want it really clear that it's to be used for the purposes of Westmont College. If they need acoustics to worship, that's fine.
So what
But
if
it
we
needs to say that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottstinker, what if we added after for proper voice, choir, and orchestral acoustics for the chapel use at the discretion of the Montecito BAR? Because that's what I. As a place of worship.
That's what it was.
Okay.
That's why it's being asked for.
That's what I intended when I said chapel.
It's for the Christian community of Westmont to have a place of worship.
Okay.
That's what it's designed for. That's what I want its
So-
volume to be about.
Right.
Okay?
So we'll add as a place of worship, subject to the discretion of the Montecito BAR.
Yeah. It's a critical review. All right. Mr. Cronk?
Just like to interject that the chapel facility is a multi-purpose facility, just as our gymnasium now and other facilities. It will certainly serve for the weekly chapel convocation services for our campus community, but it will also serve for music performances. And so just to be clear, that this isn't defined so narrowly that nothing other than chapel can occur in it, because that's simply not the case, and that's not what occurs on campus now.
But what's been, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
But what's been stated consistently is that the modification of 49 feet has been, by this commission, by MBAR, even by the community, it's been said, well, that this building is the center of a religious community, and so they should have a building that is that it is the tallest building on their campus, because it's like a church or a chapel or whatever. That's been said in public testimony, it's been said by you, it's been said by the public, So for me, it's like that's its use. The gym was never designed to be used in that way. Now you've got a building that you're asking for a modification on because it's a church or a chapel, whatever you want to call it.
Chairman Gribley and
So
Commissioner Gotts.
can you see how I'm trying to balance this out?
Well, actually, it's more than that, because I remember in their discussion about the volume that they were making a balance, a compromise between the acoustics required for voice and one required for music. And that this configuration and volume was one that would balance the two.
Chairman Gribley, and that is correct. The acoustics for the chapel service will suit other activities. So I just wanted to be clear that there will be other activities besides chapel. But the chapel is where the organ, a pipe organ, will be used, and the acoustical volume required for that range of music to accompany worship, it requires a bit taller building than is allowed regularly in this zone. Others have certainly commented that in fact, the MBAR majority who were present that evening believed there was no problem with the taller building and gave a rationale because it is a central building for our campus, and we would agree with that. But the reason it is as tall as it is not because it is central to our mission as it is, but because that's what is needed to provide the proper acoustical volume to have the organ sound as well as orchestra and other music used during chapel or other musical events sound rich and full. So just to be clear, it is for the musical acoustical volume that we've designed, and that musical activity can occur, certainly will in chapel on a regular basis, but it may occur at other events as well. And I wouldn't want this to imply or be so narrowly defined as to mislead.
Commissioner Tilcher, Did you have a comment?
I originally felt that we should restrict it to 45 feet since that was really what was needed, and they wanted some wiggle room to fine-tune the acoustics. I finally got to the point where I really feel whether it's 45 or it's 49, the fact that the chapel's where it is, it's really not in a location where you can see it. I have a lot less trouble with that now than I did originally. So I would let them have the flexibility of going to 49 feet.
Yeah, I actually wasn't arguing the 49 feet.
Oh.
That's not what I was arguing. I was what I was discussing was the list of building interior volume requirements.
Okay, and we've
Yeah,
decided we're
yeah.
going to handle that by sending it to the MBAR. That's their job. They're the architects.
I'd like
All
to
right.
just make one comment, if I may.
All right, one more.
The inference has been that the chapel/auditorium would invite a great deal number of outside public that might otherwise not come, since that's the only building that will accommodate a large group. And I think the ADT cap addresses that. So
Yeah.
they still have to live within the cap, and I think that's enough.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, we've concluded this subject. Thank you.
May I offer some language, Mr. Chair?
All right.
In the provision picks up provide a modification of 35-foot height limit for the chapel building. Okay, at the comma, change that to read, which will allow building heights up to 49 feet, as the MBAR finds is necessary to provide sufficient internal volume to meet requirements for proper voice, choir, orchestral acoustics, I guess I might add pipe organ, as both a house of worship and a musical performance auditorium.
Et cetera, with the MBAR review.
Yeah, MBAR would be making that determination.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's a help. Mr. Tuttle, let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The rest of this, the revision just refers to the off-campus housing by making Ocean View Apartments considered off-campus rather than on-campus, replacing the parking program with an ADT cap, as we'll discuss in a bit, and then authorizing development of phase 1 construction.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
I have no problem with F. If F does not read to preclude a substitute parking program, I want to explore with the Commission a cap in addition to a parking program. How do you read it, Mr. Tuttle? Does it preclude a new parking program?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, we can certainly adjust this language perhaps once we've gone over condition 7 and 9 and refine how your commission wants to deal with those two conditions, and then we can revise this accordingly.
It may be okay as it is. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I suppose we're at this point now, since we are dealing with the project description, that this is where you would approve the master plan that has several elements to it, including all the structures associated with the master plan, the phase 1 construction, the parking and circulation improvements, the design review approval process, etc. We are going to be touching the design review approval process. That is one of the conditions that we can further discuss. But as far as the conceptual grading, conceptual lighting, and the structural development elements of the campus master plan, this would be the opportunity to comment on those now.
Commissioner Tilcher, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I don't have any trouble with all of those conditions on that page, except for adding specificity to the master plan. You know, it's fine to have a master plan with what those buildings will be, where they're going to be located, but I think it's a mistake to take something that's 20 years out. Goodness knows how far out the master plan will be, depending on funding, and if you put square footages on it, we don't like the use of words vested and entitlement, but we will go through the same type of process we've been on this all along, which is there is a sense that they're entitled to those square footages. Now, when that comes up, the next Montecito Planning Commission, regardless of all the impacts in the community, are going to have to wrestle with that, all those square footages. And I think it's a mistake. I think it should, phase one is half of the project. Then we'll have a good chance to really assess the impacts. Then there'll be future phases and we'll have a chance to assess it. But when it gets built, I think we're talking about 20 years out. And there's a lot of things on the ground that can change in 20 years.
Commissioner Gostinker?
So I just wanted to ask a question to clarify Commissioner Tilscher's, what he's actually saying. So Commissioner Tilscher, what you're actually saying is that you as far as the campus master plan structural development page, I'm assuming we're on page B3, that whole thing includes the entire master plan, and that what you would rather see is the square footages assigned to phase one and no square footages assigned to phase two, and some condition folded into the document that allows phase two to be reviewed by a future planning commission and approval of phase two past whatever we've given it be left up to a future planning commission as far as the size and scope of phase two? Does that clearly say what you're saying?
I think when we do go out with phase one, half the entire master plan, we're going out over a period of, we have probably a 5 or 6 year quiet period, 3 years of construction. We are going out 9 years, 10 years. I think that's enough on, if you have a master plan that has all these square footages in it, it's a given that future planning commissions are going to have a tough time, no matter what the impacts are, of restricting the balance of that master plan. And I think that's a mistake. I think things can change a lot, and I think it's important to allow the decision makers an opportunity to address the changes.
So staff, is that possible to get some kind of condition in there? I mean, we've struggled with this one ongoingly for months now. I think this has come up, is like, how do we say to the applicant, yes, you have the potential to have all of what's in this or on any drawing or any site plan, but we're still not clear, we're not secure that we've actually created enough conditions that there's not going to be any future impacts. How do we do that? I think this is like at the heart of the approval here.
Let me remind you, Commissioner, that in the review process, the commission has to be satisfied that the mitigation measures and the conditions that were placed and the development on the traffic, etc., all be satisfied. And if they are not, at that time you can make some changes. So we can't predict, and that's the reason we have the review process, because we can't predict. And at that time, if we need to make a change, we'll make a change. But I don't think that you can approve a master plan without specifying what some of the components are going to be in the future. Now,
we did it in 1976.
And look where you are.
where we are. I know.
But scaling is so much fun.
And you also must remember that the square footages can be reduced by the applicant. They cannot be exceeded. These are really the limits. These are caps, in effect. Secretary?
Mr. Chair, I think we have gone as far as we think we can to provide both. Some certainty in the future about what the ultimate development on this campus will be, and controls that the Planning Commission can exert in the future. And I think the next step is you're either not approving a master plan and you're just approving a development plan. I mean, I think that's where we're at right now.
We're getting there.
And, you know, I expressed my professional opinion that I feel like the master plan is the appropriate way to go. I think that you have looked at all of the site-specific impacts that could occur from this. You're conditioning future use impacts by having the traffic cap. You're retaining for future planning commissions the ability to learn from construction-related experiences and modify those sorts of conditions. The future commissions always have the ability to say, we can't approve this next phase because the project's not in compliance with a very extensive set of conditions. You're retaining architectural design review and refinements. But I think, you know, you're at the point where you either approve a master plan, which I think is, you know, it's the way the department recommended that Montecito go. It's the way that I think makes sense from a planning perspective, or you don't. And then we're stuck with, okay, how much of their existing master plan have we satisfied? And
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Commissioner Berg.
Well, I'm going to argue that the reason we're here is to approve this master plan. That's what we've spent all these many months doing, and it just goes, you know, this is the defining moment. This is what we're here to do. We've spent all this time doing it. Let's approve the master plan. I think this is just a straight up or down. We're either doing it or we're not. And I would argue we've got all these conditions in place for the purpose of doing this. I just can't see. I can't see trying to put a condition that basically says we're approving it, but we're not approving it. I mean, it's a hard decision, but that's what we're here for. That's our job.
Well said, Commissioner. Commissioner Phillips, do you have anything else to add?
I do. I don't think we're here to approve a master plan necessarily. We could be here to deny a master plan. I mean, there seems to be part of that sentence missing, I think. The problem I think we have in looking at this square footage is that there was never any specificity to begin with. The scaling concept is just an amazing concept to me. These numbers could have been so different depending on the different formulation. What is wrong, and let me, not what is wrong, but to further Commissioner Tilscher's view a bit, or let me ask, why would the community, which is what we're here to serve, be not benefited to wait and see what the tolerance is in the future for more buildings? What advantage does this community have for us to approve something that could be done 15 years from now?
Let me remind you, Commissioner, that the tolerance of the community, as you stated, is only going to be reflected in the impact it has on the community through the traffic.
No, not only traffic.
Through the traffic. If there are 10 buildings there or one building there, the real impact on the community is going to be through the traffic. And we've already recognized and accepted that. And I think Commissioner Burek has stated very clearly that we're here to either accept the master plan or not. And if we don't, all they get is what they had, the approved master plan from the past, and we lose all the conditions and other considerations that we'd already developed, which some of them were volunteered by the applicant. So if this is going to be an issue, then if there's not acceptance, I think we need to vote on this particular condition, that's all. And I'm prepared to ask for a vote.
Mr. Chair, I do think this is at the heart of the matter, and it will help us get through the rest of the conditions if we know
I
what the
agree.
Commission's at.
I move that we accept this, well, this is item number 1, condition number 1, and it goes on to many other components. Before we vote on it, are there any other comments with regard to the rest of it?
Are we voting on page B3?
No, this is...
I think we're voting on page B3, aren't we?
It sounded to me like you're voting on
No.
the concept of whether or not to approve a master plan, and then we can go on with the rest of the details of condition 1 if you'd like.
I would assume this is sort of a conceptual vote on the approval of the master plan. And I'll second your
The proposed revised master plan, not the approved master plan.
the proposed revised master plan as is presented and conditioned before us. The broad concept of approving the entire thing, I think I would assume that was Bob's motion, and I'm seconding that motion. Conceptually, it's the whole thing.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to view it as a conceptual approval, not in the number of buildings, but the size? And I think Commissioner Tilscher's concern and mine is well is the size of the project, not in the function of a discrete building.
Commissioner, I have to remind you that, as council has pointed out, you have to have a nexus with regard to the size issue. The applicant has proposed that this is what they need. Now, if we deny them or modify that by reducing it in any substantial way, there has to be a nexus to the impact that it would have on the community. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
So what is it that you propose to do?
I'm not quite sure at this point, I mean, because I'm unwilling to approve the entire master plan until I'm clear that the conditions that are attached to it are going to, in fact, protect the community from the impacts. And I'm not there yet, because I still have issues about some of these conditions and whether they're actually going to protect the community. So I'm not going to approve a master plan where I don't think the conditions do what I think that they need to do.
Commissioner, we didn't vote on the conditions. We only voted on the project description. The conditions have yet to be reviewed. I've got a list of them here.
Mr. Chair, I think we have a development plan to work on. Is what we do.
Yeah, I'm unclear what I mean, this is the project description. This is the entire project if this is the project description.
Mr. Chair.
And I can see that this, that page B3, if that's what we, all of these things. I can see that it's possible that this master plan will work on this 111 acres, and I'm still not clear that the conditions as written address all the impacts. So it's a twofold conversation for me.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary.
A suggestion might be to move into the other conditions first, work through the other conditions, and then come back to this issue and the details in the project description condition and see if that gets any further clarity, because I see Commissioner Gottstinker not clear whether she wants to support a master plan. So that's one option.
She just voted against it, I think.
Well, she voted against
But
the
then she
project
explained.
description, not the conditions.
Or the other issue is, or the other solution is to ask Westmont what they want you to do at this point. Because if the commission's not going to support a master plan, they may choose to take a different route. So,
And not go through phase 1 and work on that?
Either go through the conditions and see if that resolves any concerns about the master plan, or simply ask Westmont where they would like to go today.
All right, Secretary has made a suggestion that we go ahead and take a look at the major conditions that follow. Number one, project description, and see if in fact that provides us the security and the assurance that the community impact will be as stated. All right, the next item that I have, a condition for review is number 7.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, number 6, I believe, was next
Oh, number
in line.
6, that's right. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, condition number 6, it's on page B11 of the attached revised conditions of approval. That refers to bus parking areas and idling times. It also has a prohibition against the use of the frequent or regular use of large buses to bring spectators in for special events. So if there's any questions your commission has, I know this was raised by the applicant for discussion, so perhaps you might want to.
What does the applicant have to say about this one?
Well, it just occurred, Mr. Chair, just occurred to us sitting here that there needs to be an exclusion of the Part B for commencement. There have been several occasions in the last few years where it has been raining right up until the 1st of May. The overflow parking for commencement is on our fields, and the condition was such that we couldn't park cars on the fields, and so had to have the parking occur at City College and then bus the families of the graduates to campus and back to City College. Actually, I think the community found that to be a very nice respite to all of the cars in the neighborhood, but that would be an event that it'd be pretty important to us. Actually, it's critical to us in a rain condition to be able to bus. I don't know that you'd call them spectators, but they're closer to that than they're not the participants. It's the families and guests and friends of the graduates that are being bused.
Okay, what is it that you propose here?
Just to exempt commencement, that's just one day a year, from Part B of 6.
So perhaps the language would read, with the exception of commencement, Westmont shall not use large buses, and then, et cetera.
Yes, that'd be acceptable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any objection to that? Okay, so moved. Now we go to 7.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, condition 7 is the student and employee parking restrictions, and also includes both the parking, which it's being proposed to the parking permit of 600 permits to be replaced by the traffic condition. But then this also includes the identification decals for all student vehicles so that they can be recognized in the community.
Okay. Commissioner Bierig?
I have a question. Thank you, Chairman McGreblin. Question of staff, just sort of generally. I know we have condition 107, which gives us a lot of latitude, and I apologize, I'm partially going back to our last vote, so bear with me, because I think this traffic condition is really at the crux of the matter as far as I'm concerned. And so a question of staff, 107 gives us the ability to, we're empowered to add additional conditions, add conditions if we find that there's a violation of the permit. And what I'm wondering as relates to this is, how far can we go to give future planning commissions the ability to impose additional conditions if they find that the traffic on, for instance, Cold Springs Road is simply not acceptable to the community? I mean, can we, I know it's very wishy-washy, but I started to write some language that said, the Montecito Planning Commission shall have the discretion to to modify or impose further or additional conditions reasonably necessary to control traffic generated by the Westmont campus on Coast Village Road. Could such a wishy-washy kind of thing, you know, because what I hear from my fellow commissioners, they're concerned about the future and that we'll be stuck with something that's just this horrible nightmare out there that we can't envision, and the you know, buildings will keep going up even though it's getting worse and worse. I can't envision what that is. So since I can't envision it, I'm sort of looking to a provision that's, anyway, I've said it.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner
Secretary.
Burek, assuming that they're exceeding their ADT cap, this Montecito Planning Commission or a future Montecito Planning Commission would have broad discretion.
The
to
ability,
apply.
anyway.
But I don't think you would have that the ability to just say if the traffic was unacceptable.
Right.
It would have to be some standard, and the ADT standard is the one we've been
Well, what I'm struggling with is
considering.
my fellow commissioners are concerned about conditions that they can't see. You know, it's the thing that they haven't thought of that's got them concerned, and so I'm trying to write a condition that allows somebody in the future to deal with something that they haven't thought of.
And I think that, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burek, I think that is provided for both in the ordinance under conditional use permits, as is embodied in condition 107, and it's very broad. It just simply says if they're not in compliance, then the commission can do what is necessary to bring them, essentially to bring them into compliance. Modify conditions, add new conditions. Has to be proportionate to their non-compliance issue, and it has to be targeted at bringing them into compliance. But clearly that's how these permits are structured.
Right, and the reason I brought it up in this regard is because it is the traffic condition, and it's also, we have some other things giving us broad discretion to change the monitoring program, for instance. And I realize that's just a little component of it, but anyway, I've said it.
Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Black, we have a lot of limitations on the ADTs to bring them into compliance, and you've done a good job with all that. But if they have the master plan with every building as to square footages, theoretically they could continue to build out that master plan and still stay within the ADTs. That's obvious, but if they exceed the ADTs, we could impose the penalties, but we could never back off the square footages.
Oh, no, that's...
Is there a provision that you can say, excuse me, but
Yeah, go ahead.
you've got 10 buildings or whatever, and each one's got an assigned square footage to it, and the MPC 10, 15 years from now could say, okay, you not only will do what you need to do to bring us back into compliance on the cap, but we will not let you go ahead with any of these buildings until you do.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Tilcher, that's actually an ordinance provision as well. So let's assume that they build out phase 1 and we're monitoring, and they're not in compliance with their ADT cap, and they try and they can't get in compliance, and then they say, well, we're ready to build the next building in the master plan. We would not recommend, nor would the commission legally be able to approve a land use permit for the next building because they wouldn't be in compliance with their permit. And unless and until they were in compliance with their permit, they wouldn't be able to build any additional buildings. In addition to the commission continuing to work on bringing their existing level of development into compliance, no additional development could be approved.
So in order to deny them square footage, that's an obvious one, but is there any other case where you can deny the square footages in addition to the ADT cap being broken?
Well, any
Or
other
violated?
condition that wasn't being complied with and couldn't be cured, could
And whether it be noise, whether it be, gosh, there's been a wildfire and now the community has changed and
Right,
we
bec-
don't feel
well,
it's appropriate.
It's not just because, you can't say it's because the community's changed and it's not appropriate. That wouldn't be a non-compliance with the permit. But if they were out of compliance with their landscape plan and said, no, we don't want to come into compliance with our landscape plan, well, they're out of compliance, and so we can't issue a permit until they're in compliance. I mean, that would be a very simple thing for them to remedy, but it's the whole gamut of conditions if they can't achieve compliance and you can't figure out a way to get them into compliance. We just can't continue to issue permits, land use permits.
Okay, I think we've...
Mr. Chair, could I say one thing?
Yes.
And however, if they are in compliance, then those square footages, the Planning Commission would look to see if they are consistent with those square footages.
Excuse me, but you're saying if they are in compliance, then the future planning commissions will have to honor those square footages.
Correct.
Yeah.
Up to that. But
As long as they're in compliance with all these conditions, then the future planning commissions are stuck with those square footages.
the process provided for in the permit provides that the future planning commission would look as to size, location, landscaping, etc., to the extent they are consistent with the approved master plan, the proposed master plan.
But if some unknown condition exists 20 years from now, and it's not on these conditions, they will still have to be allowed to build that square footage.
There's no certainty in life, and yes, they would. I suppose if it were a health and safety issue, probably there would be some preemption that might apply. But without that, they would have the terms of their CUP.
They have that nasty word entitlement.
They would have a property right. They would have a property right that was given to them that they can move forward with pursuant to the terms of the permit.
You know, the old saying, which is, it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future. I think we're ready to move on to the next item. Mr. Tuttle? You have a comment, Mr. Kronk?
You're moving on from number 7?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tuttle?
Commissioners, I don't think your commission has addressed number 7 yet, which is the parking restrictions and the identification decals. So that's your order of business.
Yeah, we did start 7. We were in the midst of it, and then we got sidetracked.
Mr. Chair.
Council.
Anne reminded me of something that I should have said anyway. But if between now and when they actually get a building permit for one of their future buildings, and the laws change in a manner that is inconsistent with this, they could not, I don't know, if it said one-story houses only in Montecito, including all areas zoned educational facility or designated educational facility, and they hadn't gotten a building permit, which is a vested right, a true vested right, that you cannot, once they've expended substantial sums and incurred substantial liabilities, but until that point, you can change the law.
Would that also include if the community plan was changed?
If the community plan were changed and it had something that has been approved
Some
now and
provision.
prior to their obtaining a building permit for that building, yes.
And it might affect all the future buildings beyond that particular one. It might affect the balance of the master plan.
To the extent they haven't obtained a building permit and spent substantial funds.
So
It may.
any change in a community plan would then have to be reflected in future activities.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just as a reminder, the process for approving build-out under this master plan after Phase 1 would be for your commission to hear the land use permit. And there are findings for a land use permit, and one of the seminal findings for that land use permit is that the project is in compliance with all rules and laws applicable at the time your action has taken place. So yes, if the community plan were to change, the ordinances were to change, this project would have to conform. And you would have to make that finding so that you were affirmatively confirming that.
Okay. What else on condition 7?
Oh, this isn't actually on condition 7. This is on something Ms. Alme said. What I heard you say, and I just want to be really sure that I heard it right, is that once the master plan is approved, okay, then each time Westmont applies for a land use permit, the way we've got this project conditioned, it's coming back to us?
Mr. Chair,
not going to be
Commissioners,
over the counter?
yes. Yes, it's coming back to you. They're
Okay,
all
clear.
coming back to you.
I just want to be really clear about that.
Again, you would
That's
have
in
the
the
limited
review. That's in the
discretion.
review process that
What?
Mr. Tuttle has just described.
You would have the limited discretion of a ministerial permit. But yes, they would all come back to you after first having been reviewed by the MBAR and with the MBAR's comments
And
for
that
your
is what
review.
condition?
And compatibility with the master plan.
I just want to be clear. And, that's all I'm trying to do is be clear, Mr. Chair, about what it is that I'm doing here, okay?
Well, that would be helpful.
Condition
if you were
20.
Chairman
clear.
McGrebley and Commissioner Gottstanger, I think the original project description did assume a certain amount of over-the-counter processing, but that got changed early in the process before we got to this later stage.
But, Mr. Chair, just to be really clear, you would essentially be standing in the shoes of staff, as if you were a staff person issuing or reviewing a land use permit for approval and issuance. So your discretion would be limited, but it would be the 5 people sitting on the Montecito Planning Commission that would make that decision.
Let me remind you that on page 7 of the most recent staff report, it says future approval process. And Mr. Tuttle already has gone over that for us, and it shows all the steps and the review processes and the MPC's role in these. Starting
Mr.
with
Chair,
page
it's your
7.
condition number 20 on page B20 of the attachment. Condition 20, page B20. And 21, I'm hearing from the Westmont crew.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and just to add on to that, what those conditions refer to is the campus master plan, which is the large binder that we'll have at the end of this project, and in that it specifically outlines each of the steps for future land use permit and design approval, review and approval.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner.
this is what we'd be doing now if Westmont had come forward with their approved master plan, under their approved master plan. That would be the level of review. It's like, well,
You would know. You would know.
we
what
would
you
know, and we'd have less things to opine on.
Well, yeah, you would
Yeah.
have that binder to look at.
All right, let's come back to condition 7.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if perhaps I'll just read through the condition. Or just summarize the components.
That would be better.
Thank you. Again, it's to replace the 600 parking permits at any one time on the campus, replace that with the traffic cap, which we'll discuss later. To eliminate the reference to the vicinity of campus, so that if you're physically present on campus, you have to either be parking on campus or at your off-campus residence. We did allow some exceptions in the case if you have family who has a house in the area, or if you rent a parking space downtown, for example. And then lastly, to have a parking or identification decal system so that all registered Westmont vehicles, whether or not they have a parking well, if they have a parking permit, then they'll already have a decal. But if they don't have a parking permit, they'd have a decal that would identify them as a Westmont vehicle, such that if they are parking illegally in the community, they could easily be tagged, and citations and patrolling could easily enforce that. Those, along with a letter to the parents requiring that they are understanding of that requirement and the penalties associated with that, along with a reference to where the patrolling would occur and at what times during the week by Westmont parking staff.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard this commission state that parking is the issue, and here we are.
No, the traffic is the issue.
Traffic is the issue. And the parking is a component of that. And there's all kinds of ways to do this. We've had fewer cars, no students with cars. Everybody has a car. Everybody has a permit. I think this is going to take some heavy lifting. I'm still impressed with this 7690 CUP language that requires a maximum number of permits shall not exceed 600. I don't think that says cars on campus. And I think the applicant is so close to violating that CUP, it's not even funny. Some of these assumptions on size of the campus were constrained by that permit number. Maybe one answer, and I certainly want to discuss all possibilities, and I know this is a horrific situation for Westmont, to try to figure out who's on campus, who should be, who isn't, what time of day. There's got to be a better way. I think we ought to consider reinstating that 600 number, and there needs to be, I think, a kiosk, and it can only be at the exit ramp, so it's not a build-up going in. And let's count who's on campus and what their use is. We'll have information. Westmont will have information. The community will know. And then we can, if it isn't working, we'll know how to fix it, other than we're just guessing. So that's not that's a comment, not an answer, I know, but I invite discussion.
Mr. Kronk, would you like to comment?
Yes, I'd first like to enter into the record a copy of the cover page and the relevant section of the compliance plan. As a copy.
Is that what we received?
No. This is what most of the morning's conversation was about. And I couldn't agree more with your statement about our non-compliance, Commissioner Phillips. That is just absolutely not true. This is a copy of that which has been approved since 1990. Didn't reflect a change in our operations. The college issued additional permits in excess of 600 from 1976 and beyond. It was in 1990 when it was codified into this document and approved by the Planning Commission. It was then rolled in to the current conditional permit, 90 CP 96, and I believe the reference is condition 5, and that's just from memory. But you'll see in the highlighted second, the first paragraph is the condition language that Mr. Tuttle read to you. The second highlighted paragraph, third paragraph, says, rather than issuing parking permits on a daily basis, Westmont distributes vehicle identification decals to college employees and students who qualify for them. When employees and students park their vehicles on the campus, their vehicle identification decals are recognized as valid parking permits, just as though a kiosk attendant had issued them permits when they entered and recovered them when they exited. And then this system goes on to show how we monitor this to ensure that there are no more than 600 on campus at any one time. And we have been in continuous compliance with this condition.
Could you vote that into the record, please, or consider?
Yes. Is there a motion to enter this document into the record?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. So moved.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Cronk. The language says condition 16 begins by stating, and there's quote marks, and then it ends after the number 600. Then there's an additional sentence, which is which is your point, that has been approved, that language?
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Phillips, the entire document, of which this is just one page, was approved and incorporated into our current conditional use permit by the Board of Supervisors in 1991, and that's why you see the reference changes from 75 CP 62 to 90 CP 96 on the cover, because it actually was in effect prior to the current conditional use permit, and then was updated in February of 92 when there was a challenge regarding summer activities, and so that was amended at that point to include that section. But I've only included the one page regarding this pertinent issue for your elucidation.
If there's testimony that there were 900 permits issued at...
that would be 900 decals.
Is that different than a permit?
Rather than issuing parking permits on a daily basis, Westmont distributes vehicle identification decals to college employees and students who qualify for them. When employees and students park their vehicles on campus, their vehicle identification decals are recognized as valid parking permits.
So if I'm 601 on any given day and I arrive at campus, what do I do? Do I go home? What happens to the rest of the decal holders? What happens?
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Phillips, first of all, you wouldn't know if you were 601, but our parking monitor would know that as we count and ensure that we are always under the 600 limit. Should we, this condition goes on, or this compliance goes on to say that should we exceed the 600 on any one day, we must do two things. One, count it as a special event day, one of our 12, and two, immediately revoke the number of permits equal to that which we exceeded, the 600, and force those student, juniors in this case, to find some parking off campus and not to have their car parked on campus, and to identify the reason that 600 was exceeded. Was it some special activity that day, a special speaker, convocation that everyone happened to come to on the same day, too many employees, we're all there for an all-campus meeting? What was it that caused us to exceed that number? And that has not happened in the 12 years, well, no, actually it's more than that. In the 16 years since we have been administering this program, we have not exceeded the 600 limit.
With 900 decals, only 600 show up at any time year
That's
after year.
correct, because I only drive one car at a time, for example.
Okay. Commissioner Tilcher, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cronk, you have 907 spaces, but you've never exceeded 600 cars at any one time. How does the monitor, I know he literally doesn't go around in a hurry and count 600 and say, no, there's 605 here, 5 of them have got to get out. You've got 300 extra spaces. What am I missing? How do you know whether or not 600 and not 605 are present?
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Tilcher, we actually have two people counting. They count during the 10:30 to 11:15 period of time, which is our chapel convocation period. On Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are always the peak day. They're always, in the 16 years we've been doing this, it never fails that there are always more vehicles on campus, except for a special event, during that period than any other time. So we're always counting then. We have two people go around in golf carts and take the upper and lower campus, count all the vehicles with permits. Now, you note here that it's only employees and students who are required to have permits, but there are many other people who visit our campus, contractors, vendors, visitors, prospective students and their families, and we need parking for their cars as well. And as you know, parking works best when it isn't maxed out. You need some redundancy. You want some open spaces in each lot to avoid people who have to circle the entire campus several times to find that one open parking space. So we design for open spaces, and we design for visitors, guests, and others who are not students or employees.
You do a good job of counting, and
No, they don't
Now-
count the extras.
no, I'm talking about the first 600. You really count twice a day. It sounds like.
We count twice a day, every day for the first 4 weeks of the semester. That identifies the peak periods, which, as I say, have never failed to be Monday, Wednesday, or Friday morning during chapel. And so we pick it, it's either Monday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Friday. It's always Wednesday. And then the rest of the semester, we count every Monday and Wednesday during the chapel period, and those counts are reported to county compliance each semester.
Okay, the whole objective in the current proposal is that you control the traffic, and this is done with an ADT. And is there any reference or relationship of that and the parking specifically, other than the fact that you have the responsibility for managing it?
Chair McGribblean, you are absolutely correct. What we're trying to do is get away from this conversation and shift it from parking that is only indirectly related to that which is a direct community impact. I did want to just register a concern regarding condition 7, and particularly concerning the references to decals for all cars and parking in the community. And we believe that the new language isn't warranted, that it sends a mixed message to students about having a car in the area, and is a solution to a problem that no longer exists, as Commissioner Gottstanker has reminded us. Therefore, we recommend that the existing language remain, since it's proved to be effective. Thank you.
Just a moment. You said that the decal does not work or is not useful?
No, what I'm saying is that the current language regarding issuing parking permits, issuing decals that actually become a parking permit, is very effective. What we're suggesting is that issuing decals that are not parking permits is not an effective means of controlling traffic. As suggested by staff, it's not warranted, and we would totally agree with that. And furthermore, we think it sends a very mixed message. If I know Commissioner Tilsher mentioned that he read all of the communication we have with freshmen and sophomores and their parents to discourage them from having a car in the area. Actually telling the freshmen they cannot have a car in the area, discouraging sophomores from having a car in the area. Implementing a program of the nature described here would send a very mixed message. We think it would attract more cars to the area and wouldn't be helpful.
We may just want to clarify that the language starts here in conditions.
Go ahead.
Chairman McGrebley and Laurel Perez, and I just wanted to clarify that the language that we're speaking of is inserted about halfway down on condition number 7 on page B12, and it's the new underlined language that staff has added to this set of conditions that starts all students with vehicles who do not have a campus parking permit, whether or not they reside on or off campus, shall register their vehicles with the college and affix a decal. So it's intended to try to address the Commission's concern, but would have an unintended impact, we believe, of allowing those, specifically sophomores we're talking about, have this requirement to affix a decal to their car, but they're being told not to bring their car to campus and park.
Commissioner Gottstanker.
Well, there just seems to be a collapse of distinctions here and a collapse of wording. And I think that's part of what I'm struggling with here, and I think it may be part of what everybody's struggling, is that we talk about parking permits, okay? And then we have a compliance program and, a reporting, a summarize of parking permit violations. And on the other hand, we talk about car decals, which is what's just been brought to our attention, that we put decals on Westmont cars. Those then become, it's implied in the issuance of that by Westmont that allows them to park on campus. I think somehow we have to clean up this language so that we're either talking about decals, which allow people to park, or parking permits, one or the other. Because collapsing the two is not getting us what we want, and I think it's not getting Westmont what they want, and it still doesn't get the community any way of identifying cars. So I don't know if this could be worked out in more specifically, like a parking permit is a green Westmont decal, and other cars are decaled with a square Westmont.
Just a different color.
A different color or a different shape or something that designates allowing parking, identifies the car, but does not allow parking. It seems to me it's as simple as that, and cleaning up the language so it's distinguished.
Okay, Commissioner Tilsher?
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and you brought it up once before, putting a different color on the decals, whether they're entitled to park or simply they're a Westmont student. I think it originally came up, we wanted everybody to have a decal so that we can, in the community, identify if anybody's violating the parking in the community, in the greater community, that we'd at least know that they're Westmont students. And I think maybe
Yeah.
that's where it started.
And that's a different issue for me than parking permits and
Okay.
how many people are going to park on campus. That's a different issue.
Secretary Black?
Mr. Chair, this condition, number 7, does not talk about parking permits at all. It only talks about decals for
Identification.
people who are not allowed to park on campus. We took out the parking. We took out the parking.
It's gone, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. It just takes out the maximum. So I think you're right. We could just say, if the way we wrote the condition, I think, is what we expect. One thing will look like a parking permit, and something else will identify cars that are not to be parked on campus. And that way, if people were in the community parking, we want Westmont and our compliance staff to be able to identify them. That's the whole purpose of this condition.
Okay. Ms. Almy?
Mr. Chair, I just have some language that may get to this point. First of all, and this all happens in this underlined area. Before we even begin the underlined area, we can confirm something that you were interested in earlier in the day. Westmont shall continue a parking permit management program. Then it will go on, all students with vehicles who do not have a campus parking permit, whether or not they reside on or off campus, shall register their vehicles with the college and affix a Westmont identification decal to their vehicles. The decals denoting Westmont students who cannot park on campus shall be graphically different than decals that allow parking.
Good. Okay. Any other comment?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Barrick hit on it earlier, and again, there's a number of ways to look at this, but what kind of use could you envision where people are invited to use the facility but are not allowed to park there? I mean, people are going to park somewhere, and it's a fiction for us to think that just by sending them a letter saying, don't bring your cars, it's not going to happen. And it does impact the community. Maybe they have to park everyone that wants to use it. Maybe that's the way to do it.
Secretary?
Mr. Chair, all I can say is that it's been effective.
Yeah. And I think that the college has been effective in doing that.
We have not received any complaints about this. I mean, aside from the few documented cases that Westmont's had, we just don't receive complaints. And I find it very hard to believe we wouldn't receive complaints if it was happening.
All right, I think we've had enough discussion on this particular one. There's been a modification to the condition as proposed by Ms. Almy. With that modification, is this condition acceptable?
Yes.
Is there a second?
We're just saying it's acceptable.
Well, there is a question of whether or not we accept a particular condition or just vote it in or what.
Mr. Chair, what I think would be helpful is if the commission as a whole knows that's where they're going, so that at the end of this session you can vote on the entire project. So
Instead
if there
of
are other issues that
condition by
need
condition? Okay.
I don't think you need to vote condition by
All right.
condition.
So there's one indication of acceptance. I accept it also. Anybody else have a comment? No other comment at the moment. All right. Are we ready to move on? I wonder,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
because this next condition, it may take a little while, why don't we take a break? And
yeah, I think that's a good
come
idea.
back?
The commission is in session. I understand there's one item, one additional item with regard to condition 7. Gottstanker?
Yeah, it's just a clarification, okay? So, right now, we have, I think I've been able to determine, there's approximately 300 employees that park on campus right now. Is that accurate? That's faculty and staff, give or take.
That's what your record shows.
That's what the numbers, I think, show. And then we have 82 what would be considered part-time employees. Is somebody...
Those numbers are taken from your documents.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, these were numbers that were given to me by Chairman Griblian. So if I take those, then that means that we have approximately 382 staff and faculty who park on the campus consistently or would have decals to park on campus of some kind, yet to be determined. That's right, okay? And then the other, so that leaves approximately, if I take 907 parking spaces, that would, and I take the 382 away, that would leave less than 600 parking spaces for students. I'm just, all I'm doing, I'm not doing anything other than just clarifying the numbers that I'm working with here.
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Gottstanker, well, that's not quite a precise statement. It's available for students, guests, contract workers, visitors to the campus.
So the contract workers are not counted in the 82 part-time?
No.
No, not the food service workers are not.
And how many of those are there approximately? Do you know?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tuttle?
Based on our original staff report, now going back to February, the information we had at that time was 56 full and part-time food service employees, 36 full-time, 20 part-time.
Okay.
Also, your calculations wouldn't take into account the employees who use alternate means to get to campus, those who work on campus, those who live in the neighborhood and walk or bike to campus, those who vanpool to campus, those who carpool to campus, those who are sick or on a conference or sabbatical. So you can't translate the employment numbers to vehicles parking on campus.
Yeah.
Okay, got that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we already accepted this by comment from Commissioner Buehring.
Just, if I could, Chairman McGriblian, just one last comment on 7. The applicant suggested to me that they're concerned that the language in 7 might require them to send permits to students that live out of state that would never visit, and I don't read it that way. It does make the statement that it needs to be sent to them, but the way I look at this, unless they show up on campus and violate the parking rules, the decal thing never comes into play. Even though the language provides that all student-owned cars, it doesn't say local student-owned cars. So maybe we could add just a comment that this is applicable to local cars, not out-of-state cars, not a car that's in Orange County somewhere. Local student vehicles.
So perhaps all students who bring vehicles to the South Coast?
Santa Barbara County.
To Santa Barbara County.
All right. Are we ready to move on to the next condition? I have on my list number 9. This is the daily trips.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'll try to walk you through this since this is probably the one that will get the most discussion. Again, this is the traffic condition. 9A refers to the installation of the counters and where those would be located. 9B refers to how the counts would be made, which is basically taking the counts that you that are collected south of the first and southern entrance,
Right.
and subtracting the counts from the northern entrance, or the north of the northern entrance, and then also taking into consideration the 6 houses up La Paz Road, 6 private residences. It also defines the terms of what's considered semester weekdays and all other days. And lastly, what that is considered the traffic count year, which is the interval of time during which the average ADTs are calculated for. And just to state again, that's begins at the first day after the end of the spring semester, and ends at the end of the following spring semester. So basically starts in the summer, goes through the spring of each year. Are there any questions then in terms of those basics?
Please continue.
Okay. Then looking at reporting, there have been some changes to that language. We'd be reporting, or Westmont would be reporting at the end of each May to County Planning and Development for the prior traffic count year, including the ADTs, average ADTs for the semester weekdays, and the average ADTs for the all other days. In addition to that, Westmont would be posting each month the traffic count data on a website, and at the end, and the ADTs as of the end of the prior month for the 2 periods. This is the change then that responds to your concern, which is that we can provide this information to your commission through our monthly reportings during construction, as well as 3 times per year, one at the end of the summer period, and then at the end of the fall and spring semesters as well. And at those opportunities, we can provide you with their current status in terms of meeting their caps. Then going on, if during any of those periods, those 3 periods, Westmont is above their rolling average of ADTs at that point, if they're more than 5% over that average, there would be a public hearing, and Westmont would report what measures it intends to take the remainder of that traffic count year in order to reduce and make sure they meet the cap. There's also, through that process, an opportunity for your commission, if you're not satisfied with the methods that they propose, to impose additional remedies to make sure that traffic is reduced by the end of that traffic count year. If, however, at the end of all that, they do exceed either ADT limitation, then there would be a hearing in front of your commission, and the penalties would then be imposed. The penalties I'll go to in a second, but just a couple other reporting issues. One is there was a concern that with the traffic counter locations, people could circumvent them by going up Coyote or up Ashley and down through the northern entrance. So we stated in response to your concern that if counts at that point ever reach abnormally high level, which we've defined as more than 2% per year growth, accounting for reasonable growth trends, which is information that we have collected for Montecito area over the last couple of decades. So if they ever exceed that, then your commission can review the information and determine if any other changes need to be made to ensure traffic follows the regular patterns. And then lastly, in reporting, in response to a concern Commissioner Barrick had, was just to provide some additional discretion to your commission. And it states the MPC shall have the discretion to impose alternative traffic count methodologies or counting locations in order to ensure ADTs on Cold Spring Road are accurately recorded and monitored. So that gives you that ability if over time you determine that the existing methodology, the proposed methodology, isn't working. That brings us then to the limits. But let me just skip that for a second and go in to discuss the penalties. First off, in order, and this was discussed earlier, in order for Westmont to get a land use permit for any future phase, they need to have at least 2 years of compliance with the traffic condition for 2 full traffic count years. In cases, for example, with phase 1, if 2 years haven't passed and they're trying to get a land use permit, then we would just look at that period of time in which that have been counts have been taken and make sure they're consistent with those. If an exceedance occurs, if one exceedance occurs, then there would be 2 automatic penalties. The first being a 1-year extension of their quiet period between construction phases. It could either be the existing quiet period that they're in, or the next quiet period that comes up. The second automatic penalty, and this is what we replaced with the reduction in the student parking permits, is the institution of a TDM program. Time frame subject to your discretion. And that would require at least 30% of the college's employees participating in some type of alternative transportation. So those 2 penalties then would be automatic if they exceed either the all other days or the semester weekdays one time. Now, if they exceed twice, so twice within any 2 years or 3 times within any 5-year period, then there'd be a public hearing, and you'd have more open discretion for penalties. And we've given you a range. We've tried to keep it open. These are options, it's not limited to these options. And at the end, we state there that any other requirements that would function to limit college-generated vehicular traffic along Cold Spring Road. So you have a range of tools at your disposal in order to address ADTs and make sure they get back under caps. So that's the extent of the penalties. So I think that brings us then back to what the caps would be. Staff has presented to you a range of options for determining their ADTs for the semester weekdays and for the all other days. This is we've left a placeholder here on page B15 for the limitations, but perhaps as a reference point, you go back to the memo on page 3 of the memo. And there you have the options for we broke it out non-construction traffic versus the additional allowance for construction traffic, which is on page 4. And then, of course, Mr. Commissioner McGreblian offered a third option for dealing with new employees and their ADTs, which is to phase it in over a couple-year period. So those are the options then for addressing existing traffic plus special events plus new employees.
Commissioner Gottsdecker?
How is the number of 2,500 ADTs for all other days arrived at?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottsdecker, I believe I addressed that question earlier this morning.
I forgot. I don't remember as well as you do.
That the 2,500 was offered by Westmont. Staff looked at it. If you look at the 2 weekend counts that were taken in 2005, along with associated with for the EIR, it came up with an average of, I believe, 2392 ADTs for those 2 weekend days. Then again, if you look during summer activities, we don't have any traffic counts. But what we do know is the level of permitted use that they're authorized for, which is an average of 600 daily summer camp participants. So if you account for 4 ADTs per student or per camper,
Okay.
then you'd
That's
get to
way better.
2,400 as well. And then also provides a little buffer for the special events such as commencement and homecoming.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Phillips?
That's not average, though, because there's days when the campers aren't there. There's not campers every day or special events, so I'm just concerned about the validity of this number. You know, we're supposed to be using real evidence, and it just keeps getting slipperier. More slippery is the word, I think. Do you know how many, we don't know, I asked you this already, how many camper days there are, do we?
That information was presented by
days?
Westmont. Well, I'd have to go through and count, but that's where my question is actually being generated from, because I see a number of events here that, like Westmont Summer, that's another, the Rio Swim Club, 38 participants over a period of a week. You know, I mean, so I have a sense that number is high, you know, given the information that we've been presented as far as summer events. And and I don't know if it is, but that's, once again, it's one more of those aspects, which is why I keep saying I really, really would like to have some method put in place in all of this traffic stuff where, as a planning commissioner and a representative of the community, I can depend on that the numbers are generated from not necessarily from what the applicant says. You know, we have no way of verifying anything that we're doing with traffic because it's all is up to a counter in the road, 2 counters in the roads, no counters at Westmont, no human being counting other than parking compliant people, you know, which is why I keep going back to the idea is that at least for a given period of time while we're testing all this out, that we have some method of actually counting who's on the campus, what time they're on the campus, and what they're doing there. Then we would have a way, in my mind, of validating everything we've done after a period of time, and then a kiosk or a guy in the middle of the road or whatever goes away, just goes away. You know, if after all of this has happened and it all plays out and it's comparable to the numbers that we've got, the guy can go away. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But right now, I'm being asked to base an ADT number, traffic cap number, on, as Mr. Phillips said, something that's a little floaty right now for me. You know, and then we're going to have all the construction traffic on top of it during those periods of time, the way it is written. So I don't know. Maybe I'm like way off here. Maybe nobody else on the commission has a problem with this, but I don't know.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the traffic count is critical for Westmont, for the community. I don't understand why we couldn't count, why the counters are on Cold Spring Road. Let's put them in the entrance and exit. Have only a kiosk at the exit, so there's no backup. Count cars coming out. It would be the same thing. Let's really find out, again, who's using it when, and then things can be fashioned. I mean, look at, we're told that if they violate this cap, the CUP's in jeopardy. There's so much due process here, it would take 15 years to go through this. Not that it's going to be easy to do this, and there's no certainty, and you need a chance to make this work, but let's get real numbers. Let's not guess anymore.
Secretary Black?
Mr. Chair, I'll ask Alex to address more specifically how we derive these numbers and the counts that they're based upon. But with respect to monitoring and remedies that you would have, what we've put into the recommended conditions of approval for you are automatic, things that would happen automatically. It's not to say that the commission couldn't go further or do something else if at the time that was appropriate. So I don't think these are necessarily limits. In fact, the condition that deals with the penalties that would accrue if there were 2 or more years where traffic caps were exceeded, say, including but not limited to, so provides discretion of the commission. I think these are intended to be penalties. That doesn't preclude you from coming up with other remedies to violations in their cap. With respect to the location of the counters, I think Westmont testified last hearing that they didn't feel that they could put the counters at the driveways because the speeds weren't adequate. And I think Alex is prepared to address that particular issue, but that was their concern, and so they were counting on either side so that you could make a very accurate projection about how many cars turned into the driveway. So I think it does provide us with the same numbers, but I'll let Alex address it more specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, yeah, just to follow up with a couple points. Again, that it's true we do not have traffic count data from the summer activities, so the information we do have on that is based on usage. But again, we do have, in 2005, a weekend data was taken for Saturday and Sunday period, and we did come up with, like I said, about 2392, I think, average ADTs for those 2 days. So we do have some level of baseline against which the 2500 is being compared to. In terms of the counter location, in addition to speeds, this is an issue that we did look into based on your concerns that you expressed. There's also turning movement. If a vehicle crosses over a counter and its wheels aren't perpendicular to the location of that counter, it can provide inaccurate data. So if you're putting it in a windy road, for example, or the curvature of the entrance to the campus, you might get inaccurate data. The other issues associated with that is the traffic cap numbers, the 3,500 that was Westmont proposed and the 2,500. Those were based on data that was taken along Cold Spring Road at these points, or points similar to what's being proposed. So if we take those numbers and then decide to apply them, but put the location of the counters in the campus driveways, we might come up with a completely different baseline as far as what existing traffic loads there are. And that could be accounted by for several factors, including maintenance workers doing landscaping at the front entrance who drive their vehicle out there with their garden materials, do some landscaping or fixing a sign, whatever, and then go back into campus, and they never hit Cold Spring Road, but they'd be counted as a trip. There's also students that live up in Botter Hall, I believe it is, that is north part of campus, that you enter the main campus through that entrance. So again, they would never be on Cold Spring Road, but they'd be counted as a trip against their ADT cap. So if we were to move the counter locations, I think it would be critical that we get new data at those particular locations so that we know what we're working with as an existing setting.
That would be great. Why do you resist the kiosk idea? That seems to be such great information, differentiated information. Is it a... I shouldn't say you're resisting it. I mean, why didn't that just seems like old school, easy to do.
Commissioner, let me ask you a question. If you have a kiosk, then what information would you gather at the kiosk?
We would get time of day usage. We would get type of usage. We would know all of that. So then if the ADT is violated and they come back and we have this hearing, we're supposed to refashion a remedy. We're going to say, well, try harder. You know, what are we going to do? I mean, if we can't do it now, what do we think we're going to do then? But with this information, we can say, you have too many students, or too many extra event people, or too many gardeners. I don't know. I don't know. But
so the kiosk will also identify who passes?
Yeah, yeah, and we'd have real data. And we might find that you're underutilized. We don't have to worry about you. You don't have that much coming through here. Or you're not going to reach the cap and the kiosk goes away. The community is satisfied.
Mr. Cronk?
Chair McGriblian, thank you. There's been a lot of conversation over these last 9 months about traffic, and a lot of confusion, indeed even fear about what might transpire. And we took that early conversation to heart. We did a lot of thinking about it. We've lived with this current traffic condition since 1976. We've managed it extremely carefully under the compliance plan for the last 16 years, and we've maintained that compliance. Nevertheless, we've recognized that it isn't, as you might say, scratching where the community's itching. The community doesn't really care about cars parked on the campus. They care when there's a trip on Cold Spring Road, and they don't care whether that's a student, it's a faculty member, it's a UCSB student visiting their girlfriend, or whatever. If it's a trip and it's related to Westmont and it's on Cold Spring Road, that's what the community experiences. Now, we gave this a lot of thought, and notwithstanding what the EIR proposed, which, as you recall, says level of service A for Cold Spring Road now, highest rated level of service within the Montecito Community Plan threshold, and at build out of the master plan continues to be a high level of service and continues to be consistent with the Montecito Community Plan, and proposed some mitigation measures. With this proposal, we went way beyond, in an unprecedented way beyond that which is called for in the environmental review. And if this is creating more problems than it's solving, then you may just choose to disregard it entirely, and we'll go back to an unlimited number of trips in the summer, an unlimited number of trips during the school year, and an unlimited number of construction trips, if that better suits you. But frankly, we were trying and worked pretty hard to put this together. We have been willing to accept adjustments to this, and there have certainly been some enhancements that are going to make it more effective. We're not resistant to that. But at some point, if this requires further study before you can be comfortable with it, then we may well just ask for you to excuse me, the words catch in my throat, to deny this project and turn us loose. Because there's only so much that we can do, and further environmental review is not something that we're prepared for at this time. We believe 60-some hours of hearings, and I guess, a third of it focused on traffic. This unprecedented proposal that measures every traffic trip for whatever reason, for which we're taking the responsibility to manage, and we'll bear the consequences if we don't manage it, gives monthly reporting, gives measurable objectives, uses technology that has been measured in these various locations, and Mr. Tuttle described why the entrance locations don't work, both technically, physically, the way the entrances are created, as well as the internal traffic on La Paz Road, which is a private road, which never gets to Cold Spring Road, that we're proposing to measure it in the ways that have been historic, and that the EIR has concluded there was no impact at 3,450 trips. And in 57% of the time, we've proposed a limit 1,000 lower than that, consistent with the measurements on a few weekends, versus no limit whatsoever. So frankly, we're about ready to throw up our hands. And if we want to go back to counting parking permits on campus, limit of 600, then if that's your pleasure, then so be it. But at this point, it's a bit frustrating, I'll have to tell you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find verification so that I don't want to come back and say, all right, let's try it differently next time. I would like to fix it now and then have it, we know right away and
Chairman Gribley
get
and
the best
Commissioner
data we
Phillips,
can get.
under Public Works, we propose to install counters in Cold Spring Road. That data will be publicly available if the county wishes to put parallel counters periodically. We said all of this data can be audited. That is objective data. What created the trip, I maintain, is not relevant. Now, it's going to be relevant to us. We're going to want to know that information. But please allow the college to manage this, as we've proven we're able to do with enrollment, in a way that's effective for the community.
Thank you, Mr. Cronk. Any other comment on this subject? I would like to propose that, as acceptable to me, the idea of imposing an ADT, and I'm attracted to the notion of using the average, which was in the record from past historical data. The 3243 that Mr. Tuttle has presented, add to that 30 more for special events, which brings you to 3273. And then in my earlier comments this morning, I said that I should like the additional staff that's going to be added with the expansion of the buildings to be in two stages. One at the end of May of 2010, roughly 40, and another in 2011 for the remainder, which is 42. That's the 82 trips that 39 additional staff and faculty would require. Now, I presume that that's actually at build-out. The 39 would be at build-out. Am I correct in that, Mr. Cronk? Yeah. So actually, what I'm proposing is that you get the total amount of ADTs before build-out, but at the end of phase one. So that's, I think, I won't say generous. You wouldn't accept that. But it certainly gives you some flexibility. So this is what I propose that we do, that the penalty system that's been proposed, etc. The numbers that would come out then, based on the remarks that I made, is that the end of 2010, May, that's the end of that school year, would be 3313, and at the end of May 2011 would be 3355. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, maybe you want to address your thoughts on construction traffic as well.
That has, the suggestion was made by staff that it was 300 and yes, for the weekdays and 150 for the non-weekdays, weekends, and I guess summer vacation periods and so on. I'm receptive to that suggestion. I don't know how the rest of the commissioners feel. Commissioner Tilsher?
I mentioned this morning, I thought after you brought up the 40 and 42 split in May, I thought that was excellent. Gives them enough flexibility, and it's done. I don't think we need to get into the cumbersome program of adding one ATT for every 4,225 feet. And I'm comfortable with giving them the 300 for construction traffic finally. As long as they really do make an effort to do off-site staging. And I know Mr. Eldred has mentioned his willingness to help, and I just hope that they pursue every avenue to, I think it's possible to stage all the construction traffic except for the major trucks. All this construction traffic can be done off-site. So yeah. I'm real happy with the 300 and the 150.
Yeah. I would remind you that their estimate was 450. So when they suggested 300, they're already limiting themselves, and that implies that they're making other arrangements to reduce that number by using vans and off-campus parking, etc. So your suggestion is already accommodated, I think, in their number.
To some extent, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips?
No.
Any other comments?
I can support your
Commissioner Barrick, thank you.
recommended methodology.
Are we ready to proceed? Thank you.
Just let me get
Chair
real
McGribbly.
clear about what the ADT caps are, then, what we're proposing. This actually, I think, probably might require some kind of
It
conceptual
starts
vote.
at 3273.
3273.
That's the average ADT plus the 30 for special events that Mr. Tuttle has estimated. And then in the May of 2010 is 3313. And in May of 2011 is 3355.
So there's actually three numbers that we're working with
Yeah,
there.
there's the present number. At the end of the second year of construction, it goes up because now they have space to accommodate their additional people. And then at the end of the phase one, I'm proposing they get the full complement of additional space necessary for a complement for the ADTs to recognize their full staff.
Okay, yeah, I can go with that. I think that maybe the increase ought to be tied to like an occupancy permit, or
well,
yeah. I mean, rather than wherever a building is, that would be up to staff to figure out what the appropriate place to tie it to would be. But it would be when, obviously, from what Chairman McGribbly is saying, when that staff person was hired to use that space.
I've already taken that into account, Commissioner, when I looked at their construction schedule, and the numbers are adequate to take care of the buildings that will have in fact been completed by then, and they would not be allowed unless they had an occupancy permit. So that's also included.
I mean, is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. All right, are we ready to continue?
Chair McGribbly, may I just add one other point on are you moving from item 9? Condition
I'm ready
9?
to if someone tries to prevent me.
Just wanted to get into the record. There was an omission of a footnote from the translation from the last time to this on 9B at the
All
end
right,
of
so let's go to 9B, 9 then.
yeah, I thought that's where we were. 9B is in boy. There was a footnote of clarification at the end of that first sentence. I just asked that would be restored.
Wait a minute, I'm a little uncertain as to where you're referring us.
9, capital B, the second paragraph there, under count Westmont trips on Cold Spring Road. Page B13.
Oh, yeah, that's on 13.
Page B13.
Right.
9B, at the end of that first sentence. In the previous versions, there was a footnote stating the assumptions made for that methodology, and we just asked that continue to remain in the record. And I'd be happy to read it, or Mr. Tuttle can read it, or, well, I happen to have it right here.
Would you make sure that Mr. Tuttle has that?
He hasn't.
Okay.
It was in the last report. It just got dropped from the footnoting in this report. And then on page B15, paragraph 7, the new paragraph that was added, we believe that's inappropriate and would ask that it be deleted. The energy...
Which one is that now?
Paragraph 7 on B15.
All right, that's the one that says MPC has discretion? et cetera?
Correct. With the energy that we have put hours and hours and hours with you all to craft this condition, to have this be subject with no restrictions to just be eliminated or modified is really not acceptable to us. So we just wanted to register that concern.
Is there a comment on that from the commissioners? Commissioner Barrick?
Well, since I suggested it, I'm adamantly opposed to giving it up.
Any other comment?
Mr. Chair, the whole penalty language is based on that. Maybe Mr. Cronk is looking for, should the cap be violated? Is that it?
Yes, see, it's in the section under reporting. It's not in the section under penalties, which would be F. And under F, at the final paragraph says, to the extent such actions by the Planning Commission, I mean, the Planning Commission has all remedies available to it should we violate the condition, but for us to go through all of this work now and then have a future Planning Commission based on anything just decide to change this provides no assurance that this condition would survive, and that's our concern. Not that it isn't going to be scrutinized; it's certainly going to be scrutinized under F. But to have it be reworked every month by future planning commissions or at will for whatever reason, there's nothing indicated to trigger this. This could be for any reason whatsoever, and we're just unwilling to support
Secretary
it.
Black.
Mr. Chair, actually, I read this a bit differently. I don't necessarily see this tied to an exceedance. I see it tied to some unforeseen flaw in the way
Exactly.
data is collected. And I think there would have to be a flaw in the way data is collected for the commission to be able to change the methodology. So maybe we just want to make that more clear. Because I certainly understand your point that you don't want to just have the commission change their mind and say, well, now we want to do it this way without a good reason. But if, say we came in for a year and said, oh, traffic counts are only at 500 ADT, and we all know that's not true.
It didn't work, which is our concern.
Something's not right. So I think that's really the issue that I heard Commissioner Bierig express.
So perhaps the language would be in advance of the whole sentence. If a flaw in data collection is found, the MPC shall have the discretion to impose.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. We would support that because obviously that's in our best interest as well. If it isn't working, we want to change it and would certainly be partnering with the Planning Commission to make those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Cronk.
After at least 3 hearings, right?
Okay.
Only 3?
It'd be short.
All right, we just concluded number 9. I'd like to go on to number 21.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have concurrence yet on the other days, the cap on the other days.
Oh, on the 2,500?
Yes.
I have no comment on that. Does anyone else have any comment on it?
Mr. Chair, these counts are important. How long do you think it would take, Mr. Tuttle, to get real data or show a difference between non-event days? Well, you can't. We're not there, are we?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, we really couldn't give you a very good picture of this unless we did some fairly significant counts in the summer. This is, our best estimate. It's well below what the campus will operate under during campus days, and it's relatively off-peak times, so well below the threshold. I don't see a real
when would the ADT
tight nexus.
When would
here.
the trips begin? Assume we all
They're
pass
happening
this
now. You mean when would the counts begin?
Counts.
Yeah, counts begin, not trips.
Well, technically they wouldn't happen until we issued a permit under this revised conditional use permit.
When the land use permit.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff has had some discussions with Westmont College, and while it is true that we couldn't require the counting to start until we had started offering up the building permits, in order to get a mass of data, Westmont has agreed to start counting upon securing an approval, is my understanding. Mr. Cronk, would you like to address that issue?
Except I was talking to my colleague and I didn't hear what you were saying.
You get a C-.
I'm sorry, teacher.
I was just discussing, we were discussing when the counts would start, and while we can't require the counts to start until we start issuing the land use permits or the building permits, when we had spoken in private, we had discussed perhaps starting the counts as soon as you had secured an approval so that we could start amassing data.
An approval that's no longer subject to appeal or other remedies.
So is that after the summer period?
we're prepared to do it as soon as possible. We think this is an excellent means to address the concerns of the neighborhood, and we're anxious to move to it as soon as we can. I did want to just clarify regarding our proposal of 3,500 and what you are considering now. We believe that we established the 3,500 limit for semester weekdays in good faith. We began by looking at the environmental impact report, which analyzed 3,450 trips at build-out and concluded there would be no adverse impacts as a result of that. Recognizing that as we manage those trips, they're not something that we can turn on or off. We will have to be forecasting, monitoring that data to assure that at the end of the period we don't exceed that cap, because the penalties apply at the point that cap is exceeded. We cannot possibly risk those penalties. So we're going to have to manage below that cap, which is essentially below the existing with the variations of traffic. And so we just respectfully prefer and recommend that our proposal, which of 3,500 is an appropriate limit for penalties. If you wanted to set the target at 3,450, which would certainly be a small variation, much as we have with our enrollment averaging. We have an average of 1,200, but we're allowed to be 3% more than that in any one semester, as long as the average over time is 1,200. Well, for management to be assured that we can replicate the existing conditions, and again, a condition I'd remind you that the EIR concludes there's no impacts and is consistent with policy, is that 3,500 limit. And so that continues to be our position. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just one quick question. Mr. Cronk, you say you couldn't afford to violate the trips. And an extra year of quiet time, is that a major sacrifice?
Chair McGribley and Commissioner Phillips, can you imagine us designing buildings, raising money for buildings, getting the plans all developed for a building, and then sitting on them for an extra year? When the students, I mean, the money's there, they're all ready to go, the students have the need. Absolutely, that is a very serious condition. We can't, we just could not possibly allow that to happen. We take that very seriously. And the reason that we, I don't know if we suggested that, perhaps we did, but is because we want you and the community to know just how strongly we believe that we can accept this responsibility for the impact that the community experiences, and we will manage it. But if the penalties kick in right at the average, then essentially we're having to manage below that limit, and that's a takeaway. And we're just we just want to register our desire that our proposal, which was we think well supported, be accepted.
I had raised a question about the 2,500 ADT for the weekend and holiday. Is there any comment about that one? The weekend and holiday period, vacation period, where the 2,500 was the ADT proposed by the applicant. Was there any question about that or any comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I don't think it's an accurate number.
Okay. Any other comment?
I tend to agree with staff's comment that it's below the, it's a reduction in the off season. It may not be entirely accurate, but it seems to me that time period, you know, we do have a lower number, and I'm comfortable with it the way it sits.
Commissioner Gottsdenker?
Yeah, my concern is that that right now my perception is that we have very low traffic in the summertime right now at Westmont. I mean, and as I've stated, and Mr. Winters and Mr. Cronk have reminded me, is that, you know, it's like, yeah, I drive on that road almost every day. And in the summertime, it's kind of like, whew, there's nobody on the road, you know. And so you're telling me that the 2,300 that you've measured on the weekend, that was measured while students were there. And I'm not quite clear where I'm going with this, but somehow if we're going to reduce the total cap by a certain percentage as far as the 35 to something, I think we should be looking at reducing the 25 by a similar percentage, just to be consistent. And I agree with Mr. Phillips. We haven't the slightest idea, other than the number of people coming to events on the summer conference schedule. That's the only way we have of knowing how many people are expected to be on the campus at any given time, or using Cold Springs Road, to be really accurate.
All right.
Would
Secretary,
be that.
Secretary
Mr.
Bly.
Chair, if you did the same thing that you did with the school time counts, you would take the actual counted data and use that. And that was 23, not in the summer, but on the weekends.
Yeah,
And
the
that was
2392, wasn't it? That was the weekend data.
Chair McGriblian?
Who's speaking? Oh,
I don't have a light. Chair McGriblian, Commissioner Gottstanker, I'd like to remind you that the same limit on summer activities is enduring through this process. So now you have an unlimited number of trips in the summer, but a limit on no more than an average of 600 participants in summer activities. And that condition is surviving. So there'll still be that limit, and presumably you would expect a similar amount of traffic to occur. And as was pointed out, it is 1,000 lower than the school year.
Commissioner Gottstanker, do you have?
I actually think that I can I can live with that number, given that we're now going to have, I assume, year-round traffic caps, year-round traffic counts, which
That
we
is absolutely
so
correct.
that is a way of getting the information that we're saying that we want, and we just need to make sure that the conditions read so that the penalties that are being applied work for the summertime overages, if there are any, as far as wintertime overages.
Commissioner Phillips.
But Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstanker,
I hate traffic.
the cap is not only a cap, it's a reflection of on-the-ground use today.
But that's what they're saying.
But
It's 23.
I know they're saying it, but it isn't that high, because that was counted on a day where events were happening, or not counted.
That was it was counted on a weekend.
On the weekend.
Weekend with
Right. And
Right.
the
With events
weekend,
happening.
the weekend
No.
days, the weekend days, and all other days, weekend and summer are all the other days.
All right.
That's right.
So
Sure.
that is the number we have as far as an other day. I know, that's why it suddenly dawned on me listening that we actually did have a number. We have a weekend, or another way of saying it is an other day number that reflects when Westmont students are in session, that other day number.
Okay.
Chair
And,
McGriblian, Commissioner Gottstanker, that is correct. But that weekend on which those counts were made did not include any special events. So that to make it apples and apples, you at least need to recognize something for events. And the all other days, of course, are those that have the larger events, such as baccalaureate, commencement, homecoming, and so on. And that was the rationale. There's for adding on top of the roughly 2,400 another 100 trips for those all other days. And
okay. Thank you, Mr. Kronk. I'm comfortable with the 2,500 also. I think there are 3 people here who have already said as much. I'd like to go on to the next item. Commissioner Tilsher.
Well, believe it or not, Commissioner McGriblian, I am going to just concur with your feelings that I've never had a problem with the 2,500 simply because it's in the summer. Cold Springs is closed. It's not And it's not a figure that is excessive, so. Aren't
Thank
you relieved?
Thank you very much for your support. All right, let's go on to number 21, construction phasing provisions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstenger wanted to hear 10, 11, and 12 as well. Shall we go to those?
No, I think that was Mr. Tilsher that.
What was that?
Who wanted? Well, 10, 11, and 12 had to do with special events. Well, you want to do these in order? Okay. $17.
So here's the thing. It struck me when I was reading the last letter that we had from the Montecito Association that their statement in here, restriction on events, called to my attention that present restriction on large events should be maintained, and smaller events must also be limited in terms of operating hours, number of trips, and noise generation. And then they go on to deal with buses and vans, but we already have added a condition that deals with that. So my question was to the rest of the commissioners, do we have any concerns around the summer activity numbers in relationship to they're all would be small events? 600 persons per day is the number we're working off of.
Commissioner Tilsher?
For me, it all still falls into those caps. And,
Okay.
And so I have very little concern for those specific events. They're going to have to manage the caps.
And then the other question, the other thing that was brought up was, oh no, here's the restriction of noise. Okay, I'm fine then.
Any other comment on 11 or 12?
Mr. Chair, does this say that in addition to these meters in the Cold Spring Road, that Westmont shall count cars at any new event that may exceed or expect to generate close to or in excess of 300 cars without parking permits? Is that, so these discrete cars get counted? Is that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips,
How
that's
do you
correct.
do
This
that?
this would be separate and distinct from the traffic counters, and these would be specifically looking at non-permitted or vehicles without a campus permit. So they'd be different counts.
So
And
these
it
would
these
simply be
counts
cars
taken.
without a decal or?
Right, and these counts would be taken from within the interior of the college.
So there's
during
someone
these
there that would be
events.
monitoring the cars as they went by?
Yes.
Okay. Never mind. Anything else on 10, 11, and 12? We shall proceed to 21.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Condition 21 is the construction phasing provisions. There's no new language in this condition that you haven't seen before. That underlined the language was provided at the last hearing. But it just reflects that time limit that we imposed for pulling their first building permit and submitting their last building permit application for the phases, 18 months for phase 1, 12 months for future phases, and then the proof of full funding prior to issuance of a building permit for that building.
Which was the line that spoke to subsequent phases, the permit period?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's on the bottom of page B21. It's condition 21B7, the
Yeah, I got
maximum
it.
time limit.
All right. Any comments on that? Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I said it before. I still feel very strongly that that phase one really should be broken into two phases, just to allow the MPC to look at what the impacts are. There is a breaking point in the way I look at their conceptual schedule. They have 11 projects. After number 8, Winter Hall, they don't pull a permit. They pull the permit on April 5th for that. They don't pull a permit until August 9th for the chapel, and the residence hall is in the following year, and the dining commons is in the following year. It seems like that's an easy transition just after the Winter Hall. Those last 3 projects, and that's approximately, it's probably 18 months. Let's see, from 5/1/2008 to 4/5/2009, it's roughly 12 months actually after pulling the first permit that the MPC should have at least one opportunity to look at what the impacts have been. That's enough time. It's 8 individual projects that have actually pulled permits on, and actually it's almost, I'm sorry, it's actually 15 months after pulling the first permit. First permit is on 5/1/2008, and the chapel would not be pulled until August of 2009. So anyway, there's a lot of work that's happened, and I think there should be an opportunity to at least look at what the impacts have been, whether there should be some other remedies for the construction traffic. Maybe there's no problems at all. It doesn't have to require an EIR or anything drastic. I think it's just a chance to stop and take a look at it, and if everything's fine, then they go ahead with their schedule. But I would like it in 2 phases.
Commissioner Gostacker?
But aren't we getting somewhere in these conditions, it seems to me, I'm really beginning to lose it, that we're getting monthly updates? I mean, if we're getting monthly updates, and we're not going to require a shutdown or a quiet period, I'm not clear, Commissioner Tilcher, what it is, because now that we've added this condition, every month we're going to be looking at the impacts.
I think that's a good point. I actually, the monthly updates are going to be more than just, they'll be more than just numbers, I guess. I think what I really was trying to assess was the neighborhood complaints about the construction traffic. And, you know, 1 month you may get 3 complaints or something, but over a period of time, it gives you an opportunity to at least say, gee, the neighborhood's happy with this generally, or they have a huge problem with what's going on. And I don't think you really assess that monthly. I think you look at it over a period of 12 months or so, and you say, gee, you know, it's either okay or it's not okay.
Well, I would suggest that what we might do is, when all is said and done, do some work with staff on having like a little, creating sort of like a little checklist of what we would like to see during these updates. You know, it's like what it is that we expect to have staff come back to us with, rather than, well, they pulled 1 permit or they pulled 2 permits. But so that we have like a little package to deal with. I mean, Ms. Black is great at doing that on other projects, and I think she can do that on this one.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure as we give these monthly updates, the commission's going to say, well, that's great. Now, next time, can you provide us with information on X, Y, or Z? We'll build into our EQAP contract some basic reporting that the EQAP monitors who will be out in the field will give us and that I'll in turn give you, and then we'll build on it. So I think we can work through that as the months go by. But we'll definitely report on this status of construction, status of permits, any complaints we've received, any problems, just any problems we've noticed or lack of problems that we've noticed as it progresses.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been much testimony that the students of Westmont College have been burdened by the limited residential space, and I would like us to condition this to require that the residential hall be built first, not last.
I should like the applicant to comment on that.
Before the applicant does, Chairman McGreblian, could I make
Please.
another comment just while we're waiting? Director Black, do you think monthly reports are appropriate as opposed to quarterly? The reason I say that is because there's this process of getting a report every month, you just tend to ignore it. It's almost too much data sometimes. You get a quarterly report, you know, it's not every time. I've just noticed things that happen every time tend to be glossed over.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burek, I think it's really at the Commission's pleasure. I would suspect if there was something to tell you, I would tell you. So whether you tell me every month or you tell me every quarter, if something happens outside of the quarters, I'm going to tell you if I think that you're going to ask me about
I was just thinking
maybe
more,
even more
in
accurate.
terms of just having a every time, you know, you've got to spend 5 minutes going over that item. But enough said.
On the other hand, staff has the option, and so does the MPC. They can say, look, we're satisfied, don't come back for a couple of sessions.
And then it also, Mr. Chair, it provides the public with the assurance that you're keeping your eye out on the permit, and if they have particular issues that they're more comfortable bringing up in this forum, it gives them that forum as well. So we can do it quick if it isn't warranted.
Yeah. I think both staff and MPC can remain flexible on this. Mr. Cronk, do you have any reaction to this suggestion?
Chairman Gribley and Commissioner Phillips, it might help for me to understand what you are trying to accomplish by that recommendation.
That wonderful nexus and evidence I've been told I need to effectuate conditions. There has been a lot of testimony from Westmont that students have to be at Starbucks. They're taking trips off campus because they're crowded in their dorm. They don't have space to relax and talk. And it seemed to me odd that that was the last priority, if not last, next to last. And I was wondering why the residential dorm couldn't be built first. You definitely have a need for it.
Chairman Gribley and Commissioner Phillips, perhaps you're misunderstanding construction sequencing with priority. The residence hall has always been a high priority. In fact, it was an item that was discussed in our campaign of 5 or 6 years ago. The construction sequencing, however, is a balancing of grading, and one of the first things that we'll need to do is to construct the new entrance and the new road. In order to do that, we need to do the construction of the fields, which is where we're going to be borrowing or depositing. It's where the extra dirt is going to be going, and to do that, we need to do the academic buildings that have the large basements. So the construction sequence that's outlined there is one that flows tightly sequenced to minimize the overall length of construction. And while we might be able to add the residence hall earlier, that would require more construction trips, and so we'd need a higher cap on construction traffic than what we've proposed in order to do that. So we're certainly willing, if you had so determined that more construction traffic can be allowed, to intensify the construction. But we are trying to balance the desire expressed by some of our neighbors as well as ourselves to get all of the construction done just as quickly as possible, with also balancing not adding as much disruption of additional construction traffic on the road.
Any other comment on condition 21? Commissioner Tilsher?
I do think, I was of the same mind as Commissioner Phillips that I'd like to see it earlier in the process, but I think you've answered it for me. If it doesn't, I certainly don't want to allow more construction traffic to accommodate getting the residence halls built earlier.
Okay.
So I guess my only fear when I was thinking in terms of this subject was that they might not have full funding for phase one, and the residence hall, if it was scheduled toward the end, may not get done.
Yeah.
But I think the funding problem has probably gone away for phase one, so my concern has gone away.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Kronk, so it's your testimony that you wanted to do the residence hall before the Adams Center, but it just didn't work out? That may be, but...
Chair McGribbly and Commissioner Phillips, as you know, for a private institution, they're driven by our desires and donors' response. And we didn't have donors, we had donors responding to the sciences and the visual arts.
I see.
And not until recently funding for the residence hall.
Okay. And I'm certainly satisfied with the comments you made with regard to the grading, et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay, next item is Commissioner Gostanker, you have another comment?
I am just so sorry that I keep interrupting here, but here's a question. We have the chapel starting somewhere around 10/1, or finishing on 8/9. Why couldn't the residence halls be built prior to the chapel? Because the grading by that time's all done, isn't it? No, it's not?
Chair McGribbly and Commissioner Godstanker, as you recall, there's a large basement under the chapel. The dirt from that...
I do recall. I wanted
yes,
to go away.
I knew if anybody remembered, it would be you. That the dirt from that goes to the fields. And so, again, the sequencing is made to balance the cuts and fills on site in an order throughout the process.
That cut goes to the residential hall area?
Well, no, the cut goes to the athletic fields, so the three major buildings, the science building, the art building, and the chapel, all have large excavations. All of that dirt will go to raise the track soccer field, as well as dirt from the current baseball field, as well as the road. All of that grading work needs to happen at the front end.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's go on to condition 68.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is in reference to construction timing. That construction activity could be limited to 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. We bring up this condition 68 and similar languages and provided in condition 83 as well with respect to traffic for your consideration with the concrete pour days if you wanted to make an exception for those on Saturdays.
So this was the Saturday exception that we have as an option. Commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Tilsha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see no reason why we shouldn't have Saturday concrete pour days and relieve the Monday through Friday heavy concentration and spread it out a little bit.
Any other comment on this? Commissioner?
I overheard somebody in the audience there. And it's a good comment, which is, weekends are often time periods where people are recreating and would like it to be quiet. I'm not sure how many pour days we would have in a year, 25 total. So that'd be 25
over the period of phase one.
Yeah, that's, every other weekend. That's a lot.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, If I may, the 25 pour days, that will obviously that will be occurring over the entire length of phase one. A lot of that construction will be occurring during the summer, so the construction that's occurring during the summer, they could just do it on the regular weekday because they wouldn't be conflicted with the Cold Spring School. So I would guess that of those 25 pour days, probably only well, we don't know, but exactly, but a smaller number than 25 would be actually needing to occur on those 25 or on those weekends. Excuse me.
Over a period of approximately 2.5 years.
That's right.
So it really is not every other weekend.
It's not insignificant.
Right.
It's not significant.
Yeah.
Mr. Cronk.
We'd just like to make it clear that this is not our proposal, and we're very sensitive to the neighbors, and we are at home on Saturday and would recognize that this would be disruptive as we're doing our Saturday chores. So it's a balance of accommodation, and we believe that on balance, those narrow windows in Cold Spring School day, which are probably 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the afternoon, there's very little of that concrete pour that would occur during the actual time in which parents are coming and going to Cold Spring School. That's far less disruption than to have the serenity of folks' Saturdays disrupted.
All right, Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if we should study this a little longer. I talked with Superintendent of Cold Spring School last Friday, and there is a north side of the Cold Springs campus, and with the cooperation of the county and the sheriff's office, those parents can come in that north side and stay off Cold Spring Road on certain days. It's not easy getting out of that loop, but with sheriff cars out there, I think it would be safe. It may be better for the community than having Saturdays. I don't know. I'm not sure that's going to work, but it's something that could be considered.
You're saying that you don't think the Saturday condition is necessary?
I don't know. It may be what I just proposed is not accomplishable, but it might be.
Commissioner Berg?
I think on balance, I would prefer to keep the construction out of the Saturdays.
Yeah.
Personally.
I'm inclined to agree with that. I think this is not a major adjustment that is being requested, and I don't know how much benefit there would be to accrue from that. All right, we're going on to the last item I have on my list, 83.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in that case, given the decision on the concrete pour days, we do just need to add an exception here such that the concrete pour days do not have to follow these timing restrictions.
Say that again.
Well, right now the condition 83A states that construction workers shall not arrive during AM peak period 7 to 9 a.m. And similar with condition 83B for delivery trucks and large construction equipment. So we would just need to make an exception to that restriction for the concrete pour days. And we could quickly come up with some language for you for that. Commissioners, Mrs. Meester, Mrs. Black just reminded me that condition 83E would also need that similar exemption.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it could simply just state under 83A, B, and E at the beginning of those sentences that with the exception of concrete pour days, and just leave it at that.
Yeah. Got it. All right. We have one item. We have to go back on two items. Basically, condition one, which is the approval of the project description, really. I don't have 25.
I do.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh. Evidently, there's another condition. I didn't remember. 25. What was 25?
It has to, Excuse me, Mr. Chairman McGreblian. 25 has to do with the perimeter landscaping and the canopy issues. And in discussing the project with Commissioner Tilsher, I know one of his concerns, and I thought it was a good one, he's been concerned about what would happen in the case of a wildfire or something else that significantly denuded the landscaping on the campus, and how that we would probably want to have a condition in here that provided that we could require some kind of additional landscaping in such an instance, such that the buildings could be continue to be they weren't visible to the maximum extent feasible. And I'm not sure exactly how to address that. I was hoping staff might be able to help with maybe an enhancement to this condition that would address that possibility.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barrick, we could say something to the effect of, in the event of a natural disaster, which would be all-encompassing.
It could be, you know, a pest or anything.
That perimeter landscaping shall be replaced within, to the satisfaction of condition 25 within 3 months.
Okay.
Or
that'd be fine.
Commissioner Tilchin?
That work for you?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this one up, number 25. Because as I look, well, I wrote in some language, right, the 6th line down, where it says landscaping shall include ground cover, understory, and canopy plantings as needed to achieve effective screening. Landscape screening shall be maintained for the life of the project, and I added the words, and in the event of a disaster or wildfire, or both, God forbid, and the disaster and wildfire and elimination of perimeter landscaping, no permits are to be issued for buildings that do not have a screening to the extent which exists today. And my point was, I can see I got a response, but if there's no landscaping, there's no perimeter landscaping due to a wildfire, I'm not so sure that MPC or the community wants to build more buildings that will be highly visible to the community without replacing that landscaping.
Chairman Gribbley and Commissioner Tilsher, I was with you until you said to the extent that exists today. Those trees are 60, 80 years old. And if you're suggesting that following a fire, the college has to wait 60 or 80 years before these trees mature, that's unreasonable.
No,
and
I don't.
Certainly not something that this commission has ever imposed on any other project.
Yeah, it's probably unrealistic to require the screening to the extent it exists today. Perhaps it's going to have to be mature landscaping of sufficient size that will obtain screening in a reasonable time. Just so that
Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I think what I would recommend is more in line with what Alex was indicating before, which is that essentially the perimeter needs to be re-landscaped, and I would send the landscape plan to the BAR for review so that they can weigh in on the appropriate sizes and species and screening. But if there's a natural disaster, there are going to be lots of people in this situation, and
right.
I think this goes a good step toward dealing with your concern about some natural disaster wiping out landscaping, but I don't think we can condition that it be mature before anything is permitted. I think that just goes a little too far.
Okay, I'm satisfied with those comments.
Mr. Chair, then the language would be, in the event of a natural disaster, perimeter landscaping shall be replaced to the satisfaction of condition 25 within 3 months. County Council is going to suggest that 3 months may be a little tight in the event of a natural disaster when everybody's coming in and asking for permits. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But then landscape plans shall be subject to BAR subject to MBAR review and approval in respect to species and size of installation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to call for a break here, and then we'll come back and finish with condition 1. Anchor?
Yes, I just want to go back to condition, I believe it's 13, which is a restriction on noise of summer events. Both of these questions, or the question I'm going to ask is a clarification, because I was asked a question while we were on the break. And what the condition I'm looking at is condition 13, and it's number 2 under section B, which says no amplified sound systems will be operated outside of buildings or enclosed areas except for weddings and wedding receptions. And the question that was asked for me was that was this a change from the existing CUP? I guess I'll ask Alex, is this actually a change in this existing CUP or not? Or is this actual language that exists inside the existing CUP?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstinker, I don't believe this is new language. I believe I was looking at their existing CUP, and I believe it's probably language that came out of the existing noise control plan, which is part of their compliance program. I'm trying to search through our documents right now to see if I can find that language, but there was certainly no discussion of adding this as new language to the project.
So then we can assume that, so no amplified sound systems will be operated outside of buildings or enclosed areas except for, so there's no amplified sound of any kind allowed for athletic events or any other events on campus at any time other than for wedding and wedding receptions. Is that accurate? Is that what we're saying here?
Well, if that doesn't exist in the present CUP, then this is an addition which handles that area.
Chair McGribbly, Commissioner Gottstinker, if I may interject, that's correct. In the current CUP, this restriction does not exist. There is a restriction on amplified sound, outdoor amplified sound, which simply says that we need to apply for it at least 15 days in advance, 30 days in advance. If it's not on our annual schedule, then we can have outdoor amplified sound. This is actually lifted from the compliance program, I believe, and was because the compliance program is being subsumed into the mitigation and monitoring plan for the conditions. This was actually moved up, elevated to the status of a condition, and is identical, I believe, to that which has been in the compliance program since the program was developed in the early 90s.
Okay. Is that satisfactory, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, anything else? We've now covered all the conditions that required our attention, and we've made various modifications and indicated our acceptances to the revisions and amendments to the conditions as proposed or written by staff. I think we can proceed with the motion. Commissioner Berg?
Yeah, I wanted to have just a question of staff. Thank you. Just a quick one. Thank you, Chairman McGribbly. Is there any doubt on the staff's mind as to our position on the various modifications to the conditions that we've discussed so far today?
Mr. Chair, every change that you've made, we've read back into the record. We feel fairly confident that we can replicate these. They'll be shown in the action letter, which and in your minutes, which you'll review.
Commissioner Berg,
well,
I'm going to have to interrupt for a moment. I did promise Mr. Tuttle that he had a chance to clarify a couple of points that we had overlooked.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners. Yes, just a couple minor things. I talked previously about the additional condition related to compliance with other
Yes.
departmental condition letters and
Right.
other departments.
Right.
I found a placeholder for that. We'd put it in as condition 104B, and the existing 104 would become 104A. And that fits in nicely with the existing condition language. The other small change is we discovered a inconsistency with two mitigation measures. One was a noise mitigation that is condition 6 that reflects to or that requires bus idling to be no longer than 5 minutes. However, we also have a mitigation that was related to energy and air quality, and that's condition number 41. And that limited idling times to 1 minute or less. So for consistency purpose, go with a more restrictive, and staff recommends altering condition 6 to be consistent with condition 41, such that the idling time would be 1 minute, not 5 minutes.
What
And that
was the
is
other condition?
the other
6 and what?
condition is condition number 41.
41.
It's the last item on number 41. It's limiting delivery trucks, trash trucks, and bus idling times to 1 minute or less. And that was a recommendation from the Air Pollution Control District for that 1 minute idling time.
Do you have anything else?
Lastly, there are a couple minor clarifications to be made in the campus plan, if and when it gets approved. Staff reviewed it and just wanted to make sure a couple things. One is that we would recommend changing the language from proposed master plan to approved master plan if and when it does get approved. Secondly, phase 1 site plan mistakenly identifies the track storage structure as part of phase 1. That has not been identified in any documentation as part of phase 1, so that would be moved to a future phase. We also felt that when we have a binder here that I'll be working with for years to come, it's no longer relevant to have the comparisons to the May 2006 proposal. That would just cause confusion, so I recommend pulling those out. Next, there's always been discussion of a 1,000 square foot greenhouse, but it was not included on the plans in error, and it's so that needs to be shown on the plans, and it would be likely in the location of the existing. There's an existing garden by the tennis courts that would be established for that 1,000 square foot greenhouse. Next, we talked in previous hearings about the capacity of different buildings and the use for facilities in terms of assembly space, student beds, etc. And we want to make sure that information that we've discussed previously does get incorporated into this binder. It's missing at this point, except for with respect to parking. And then the site plan, the overall site plan in the campus master plan mistakenly refers to the chapel as a single level building. Elsewhere, obviously, in the plans for the chapel, it's identified as a 3-story with a basement, mezzanine, and main floor area. So just making that correction in the overall site plan legend. And then lastly is the construction phasing plan is included within this binder. So we'd want to update that with the additional conditions we established for the funding requirement and the time limit for between pulling and submitting your building permits. And that's it as far as clarifications and corrections.
Council?
Oh, I just have one comment, Mr. Chair. This is something I've been wanting to do for a while, but I'm going to do it in the context of this permit. At the end of the opening to condition number 1 on page B2 as the last sentence to that first paragraph, I would like the following language to be.
Now, where is that,
If you look
Council?
on B2, it's
Yeah.
the first incomplete paragraph at the top, and I was going to add this as the last sentence.
The Director of Planning Development?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Approval may require modification to 90 CP 96
Yeah.
RVO1 and further
Right.
environmental review. I would like it to like it to state the conditional tense used in this condition number 1, parens, i.e. use of the word would, within quotes and parens, must be interpreted as imperative, parens, i.e. shall, end parens. Other than in one spot where the would changing to shall, which is on B3, at the end of the structures for this subsequent phase. With the exception of one building, structures shall range from 20 to 35 feet in height. The chapel auditorium shall not exceed a maximum of 49 feet in height.
So you're changing the would to shall?
Yes, but I'm adding not to exceed so that otherwise it would read shall be up to a maximum of 49, and I thought we don't want to imply that they shall be up to a maximum of 49.
Yeah. Any other?
Yes, sir, that's all I have to say.
Ms. Almy?
Sir, I have nothing to say. We're waiting your
We're
next
ready
move.
to proceed. Commissioner Berg.
Chairman McGreblian, I would like to move the recommended actions on page 8 of our staff report dated the 14th of November. Adopt the findings, certify the final and subsequent environmental impact report, approve 90 CPO 96 as revised, and approve the height modification with the additions that we've discussed here today that staff has noted and indicated that they're comfortable with the language we've adopted, consensus adopted so far.
Commissioner Tilcher?
I'd like to second the motion, but I'd like to just elaborate on one little thing. The cap is going to be the 3,355? Right.
At the end of phase 1.
That's right.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, we're in agreement on that.
In seconding the motion, I'd just like to say that it's been a tough process and everybody's tired, but it's been a very good process. It's been a long. I've got to compliment Westmont and the opponents and the staff particularly on how everybody's handled these long hearings. The tone has always been good, and I think we've done a good job. I think the project is a good project, and I think it's been conditioned well, and I'm finally very pleased with it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you vote on the motion, if we could just clarify A of your recommendation. We just need to clarify where the findings are located because they aren't attached to the staff report. So they're attached to the staff report dated September 20th. 29th, 2006 as revised. So it just
I'll
looks like
modify
modification of
my
A.
motion to include that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I'll take the opportunity also to thank staff and my colleagues in this undertaking, and again express my respect and pleasure with the way in which the applicant has conducted itself. I think they've done a good job. And I certainly am impressed with the architect's contribution and the fact that the college has recognized and accepted a good plan over and above what they had. And as I said before, I think it would be a model. I'm ready for our vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. I'm sorry, then, I didn't hear. Is the vote no, then?
No, I'm actually still struggling with one aspect of the whole thing, and
Well, we've already had discussion, and I've called for a vote. So if you're not satisfied, then I think the alternative you have is to vote no.
okay, can I have just a few,
Take the time.
thank you. Okay. And so here's I guess my concern, is that we're approving the entire project, and inside of that we've got construction phasing, okay? But there's no, and I may be incorrect, there's the way that the construction phasing is set up is that we've got phase one, and then we've got a quiet period. And the projection is that phase one is going to take, 2.5 years? Is that accurate?
At the least.
Approximately 2.5. It's going to take 3 years then. 2.5 to 3 years to build all of phase one. If phase one is not completed, say, at the end of 3 years, what happens? We just keep going indefinitely?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Tuttle.
Commissioner Gottstinker, it would be up to, well, there's a couple things that could happen. One is the quiet period that is included as part of the project would provide an incentive for Westmont to just call it quits if they're for some reason lagging in their construction, so that if phase one construction were going and in year 5 it was still in progress, then they'd have a 10-year quiet period before they could start their next phase. So at some point I would imagine Westmont would just shut it off and push the unbuilt buildings to a future phase. But the other thing that we have to provide some level of assurance that phase one won't drag on is the time limit for pulling and submitting their building permits.
Got it. There's where it is. That's where it is. That's
Okay.
what controls it.
Are we satisfied now?
Yes.
I'll ask for the vote again. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Dr. Winters, did you wish to say something?
Just a very brief comment. Commissioners, I just want to thank you personally, not simply for the vote of support, but for the hard work that you've done. You've indicated integrity. You've tried to be fair. You've certainly asked a lot of good, tough questions. We respect that. I also want to thank the opponents, people who have come in with things that we didn't like at times, but also some suggestions that were worth our consideration, and I think they improved the project. So on behalf of Westmont, I simply want to thank you for your contribution to our community. And I assure you that we want to make Montecito an even more wonderful community, and we'll do the very best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winters. Secretary Black, is there anything else for us to deal with today?
Mr. Chair, I would say just a motion for adjournment.
Counsel, is there anything else from you?
No.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.